Can you guys hear me now? Let's just see. Thank you, Sabai, for... Yep, you can hear me now. Okay, I'm going to go for it straight from the top. Hello, everybody, and welcome to The Price of Vengeance at Chaotic Neutral Games. I'm Simon, your DM for tonight, as we join Corinne, Felicia, Jordan, and Dan with their adventures on the high seas of Illyria. Don't forget that you can help or indeed hinder by using your channel points in the game. Check out the options in the chat bar. You can also join the chaos by clicking on the Discord link below, or vote towards the session twist for some of our games by becoming a subscriber. So, let's join the players.
Hello.
Yep, no intro for this one. I tried to put an animation together and I failed miserably because the heat. Fuck the heat. Be grateful, viewers and players alike. I got dressed for you all. Never say I don't love you.
Oh, we know you love us.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you wouldn't put up with our stupidity.
At least the top half.
Yeah,
that's
top
okay.
half.
Yeah. It's actually a crop top
Essentials.
T-shirt. It stops at the ribs. You know?
Sexy DM.
Sounds about right.
Yes. Yeah. Otherwise, I would be wallowing in the bath like a hippo in cold water. Welshmen were not made for this heat. For those of you viewers who are new, we've got one already. Sabai, welcome. This is the start of our 10-part pirate adventure, covering one of the factions that we've met in some of our other adventures in Illyria, the Forsaken, the vengeance-driven, darkened, kind of edgy pirates that you would find. And they are a member of the Nation of the Seven Sails. So in Illyria, the sea itself is a country-ish. It's run by pirates. A lot of nations don't acknowledge the sovereignty of the Seven Sails. The Seven Sails are made up of 7 pirate factions. The first is the Children of Orn, which are basically sea orcs. Then you've got the Crest Lords, sea elves, literally the sea elves as a race. Then you've got the Shacklemen that you will have seen before. I've done quite a lot to do with them, and they are slaves and the children of slaves and activists who try to eliminate slavery. Then you've got the Sunken Kings, Drowned Kings, who are not on the sea, but they are agents in the ports all over Illyria. You've got the Forsaken, which we are playing today, which, as I say, are more of a... welcome, Kate.
Hello.
Thank you very much for the raid. And hello, Aura. The Forsaken, who we'll be playing today, are the 5th member of the Sails, and they are based on vengeance. And we've seen a particular figure out of the Forsaken, and that is Blackheart Bill. We'll get more into the legend of Blackheart Bill as we go along.
Thank you so much for the follow.
We have the Silverfins, which are basically sea Amazons. So they are predominantly female, and they spend more time in the ocean than on it. They're a pirate faction that don't have many ships. They prefer to have sea mounts. So they're mounted on tiger sharks and dolphins and things like that, other fantasy sea creatures. And they have a lot of merfolk, call them what you will, amongst their number as well. Finally, you've got the free folk. The free folk are those who will live free on the sea. They have vessels, they do lots of different things. They fly under their own flag, not the flag of any one nation. And they are protected by the other of the Seven Sails. So, first of all, let's go around the players, not the characters. And can the players introduce themselves? Corinne.
Okay, I am Corinne Morris. I live here in the UK. I'm alive. Is the screen...
She's also the producer, which is why she's not looking at the camera. She's just there like, yeah, hi, I'm here and I'm doing other things.
Yes, I'm just checking because we were dropping some frames. We should be good now.
Oh, we should be fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I'm producing the stream. I'm gonna try my best and not be too scatterbrained. I am playing a...
We'll get to the characters in a bit. We're just doing the players for now.
I am almost all the games because you can't escape me whatever you do. So.
Yes. You can't escape her. I can't escape her. We're in the same flat. So
Yeah.
Raymond doesn't have a choice.
No.
I don't have a choice now. And as much as Corinne did actually offer to bow out of this game, she's actually responsible for it happening because she was there talking to me and saying, "Yeah, you should build on that idea you had when you talked to me that day about that thing." And I was like, "Oh yeah, I should." And then this came up. So next up, Felicia.
Hello, I'm Felicia. I play in every other game as well because they can't get rid of me.
Yep.
But I live in Sweden, so I'm slightly before all of you because it's later
I
here.
am from Sweden.
By
Actually,
about an hour, isn't
She
it?
is from Sweden,
Yeah.
and she has abandoned me.
Yes.
That is
Yep.
why she's not getting rid of me online.
Yes.
And Felicia is also the channel graphic designer and artist. So,
Yep.
You're gonna see.
I
all
have
her-
drawn all the characters for today.
Yes, which you will
actually.
be
That's
able
why it
to.
looks super cool.
Yeah, you're gonna see them in a minute once I switch to the in-character screen.
Sure. When we introduce the characters, we'll be able to get.
Yeah.
And then long-time friend of the show and viewer, Jordan has been in a lot of our one-shots. You were in our charity
I was in your charity
12-hour
for-
binge, was it? 12
Yes,
plus
it
hours?
was. That was very fun. I was in a
And-
couple of those.
And you played an emerging Forsaken then, although you're not playing the same character.
Yes,
Yeah.
different character.
Yeah, and so we invited Jordan in because we've just enjoyed playing with him in dozens of different games and things like that. So
Get around.
Yeah,
I've kind of
me and
introduced you
Felicia
already,
know
but
him
if there's
quite
anything
well.
you'd like to add on that.
Well, the thing to add is I am one of the viewers. I've been a viewer first, and I've come. Obviously, I know some of these guys beforehand, and making some new friends now as well. So
Yeah.
come on, get viewing. Everyone get viewing.
Yeah, you
We
might,
might get
in
into a
games.
game.
We're all about the community here. We're not trying to be the next Critical Role. We've kind of talked about this before. We just want a community where people come in, chill. You know, some of us have been playing Don't Starve together recently. We've played some other things like No Man's Sky together with members of the community and other such things as well. So if you end up oh god, here we go. Yep.
Cannon!
Who fired the
No.
cannon?
That was me.
No.
That was Corinne. Right, Corinne's in the brig to start with.
In the break, straight away. How dare you?
That's
have
it.
limited
That's
ammo.
my job. She's going to
It
the
gets better
break
from here.
and not getting any dessert.
No dessert for her.
No problem.
Yeah,
the real
this is going to be a
punishment.
different Forsaken ship to the ones that I'm normally used to, but we'll get into that. And then finally, we're joined by Danny from the Abington Guild of Adventurers. So I've mentioned them before, but the Abington Guild of Adventurers are a 70 plus now, if you think of our online presence, guild of role players in the heart of Oxfordshire. And most of those 70 people, before lockdown, all went into one great big community centre every Wednesday and didn't kill each other. Well, they killed each other in game a lot, maybe, but we did. But everybody was role playing in the same building. Absolutely wonderful thing, and we're very grateful for the council that we have there that run the whole thing. And so we were playing in. You guys, some of you guys will know Paul, who plays Chevron in our Legends of the Sprawl game, although not anymore at the moment because he's off being a daddy.
They
And
did just a few
yeah.
years ago, so.
yeah, little Nathaniel, he's fantastic.
Yeah.
So Danny was playing in Paul's game alongside us, and we enjoyed playing with him so much we were just kind of like, we got to get him onto something. So we were really pleased that he could join us for the park game. So welcome, Danny.
Thanks very much. Support your local D&D group. It was so good. I joined about 2 years ago. I've only been playing D&D for like 2.5 years. Thanks Tom for having me here. I'm very nervous, but it's going to be really
Doing
cool.
great.
Really looking forward to it. So
That's okay. That's our secret.
Don't
None of us
worry,
know
you
what we're
can't
doing.
do worse than what we do every day.
Yeah.
It's fine. So, a quick recap of who the Forsaken are. When the Forsaken turn up in a port, assuming that they're allowed in that port, because they're out of all of the seven sails, they are the least welcome. And the reason for that is that their business is almost exclusively vengeance. Vengeance against the wronged. So as you can imagine, most governments who have killed somebody wrongfully, who have imprisoned somebody wrongfully, who and then down to personal levels, where people who may be of means, because if you want to look for corruption, look for money, have been taken down or punished by the Forsaken. They have an aura about them. Just to look at regular passers-by, they will normally walk a wide berth around a Forsaken. It's strange. They don't carry any insignias. They tend to wear a lot of black. But, pirate. You can just tell a Forsaken when you see it. It normally is quite difficult for you to blend in, to use guile and stealth, other than, of course, creeping into a town in the dead of night. And so you've all been brought into the ranks of the Forsaken because you are all, each of you, guilty of a crime. Now that crime could be a greater or lesser crime. There are certain crimes where if the Forsaken take a look at you in a way that only the Forsaken can and find that you are beyond redemption, they'll kill you on the spot. There are certain crimes, we're not going to list them, but anybody who knows the golden rules of Chaotic Neutral knows that they are crimes that we do not cover in the games because this is fucking entertainment. We're not going to cover those kind of things. The Forsaken wouldn't kill them on sight because the Forsaken have a certain amount of magic that allow them to find these things out. Due to their patron spirit, the Galaman. The Galaman is a death spirit, present mostly at large deaths, plagues, things like that, but has managed to get a taste for executions. The Galaman historically started realizing that some of the people who were being killed on gallows and in guillotines and other forms of capital punishment didn't deserve it. They were the wrong person. So the Galaman reached out and found the Forsaken. Even you, as Forsaken, don't know the full origin story, but you were told that the Galaman reached out and found the Forsaken as they stand now. The head of the Forsaken is Blackheart Bill, but you don't know whether or not he was the progenitor of the Forsaken. All you know is that the Forsaken were present when the Seven Sails were erected. On the island of Rodata, a tiny little rock in the middle of nowhere in the Illyrian Sea. All the pirate factions, the major pirate factions, 6 of them, came together and promised to defend the freedom of the seas. They erected 6 sails in a circle, and in the center erected one final sail, that for the freedom of everybody on the sea, the sail of the freedom. Since then, you have, although this is way before you became Forsaken, the Forsaken faction as a whole has enjoyed more benefits. The major benefit that they've had is that they can use the drowned kings to go and sell their gear. They don't necessarily have to go into a port where they would be either less welcome or outright criminalized. They can normally find some mooring, a quiet mooring just down the coast. A drowned king will accept the cargo and find a way of filtering it into the port, having paid you in advance for what they believe it's worth. You also, when it comes to the larger threats to the Forsaken, are able to call on the other sails. There is a pact that means that you can all call on each other when it comes to various aspects. You can call on the Silverfins if you find that the sunken temples and sacred parts of the sea are being violated. If you find slavery, you can call on the Shacklemen and they will come running. If you find that the orcs are being wronged in the particular area because of their history under the dark god Grumsh, you can call on the children of Orm, who will take them on board and allow them to sail free in a nation that embraces their culture. Same for the Sea Elves with the Crest Lords. The list goes on. So you are all guilty of a crime, greater or lesser, as I mentioned. But the one thing that you're looking for is redemption. Now, that could be redemption that's in your own head. Maybe you can't forgive yourself. Maybe you just know that you're wrong, and you're looking to be cleansed. The Forsaken have a way. By becoming enactors of vengeance, you have a form of catharsis. And eventually you burn out all of those dark tendencies within yourself. And they will help you start a new life. Somewhere in an area where you can start a new slate and carry on with your lives. For some members of the Forsaken, it takes their entire lives, and they just die happy at the end, still a member of the Forsaken, knowing that they have done some good, that they've made a difference. But for many, most, in fact, the time within the Forsaken could be anything between 4 and 20 years.
Shabai, thank you so much for the follow.
Thank you very much, Sabai. So, I'm going to go around each of you and ask you to describe your characters. And I've given this some thought. And because it's only a 10-parter, I would like you to say what your point is. Corinne, can you start, please?
Okay, so I play Shurin, who is the Triton you will see going on the screen, the dark colored one with the fins, not the elf. And I will put on the.
I'm just going to shut the door because I can hear you in my mic as well.
Yes. So you will see the slightly bigger character art as well. Okay, and she is a deep sea Triton, so she comes from the deep depths of the sea. She has lived. She is a shadow sorcerer. Was exposed to the shadow magic of the Shadowfell deep down in the sea, around where there are some thin veils between the Shadowfell and the prime material plane. She was very good at subterfuge as a result, because you get quite a lot of powers to do with darkness and shadow when you've been in that kind of thing. She ended up becoming a spy. Things didn't turn out so well. She was made. She had an accomplice at this place, where she was given her captors knew who that there was a different person there, and said she could walk free if she gave the name and pointed out this other person, which she did. So her crime is betrayal. She is now.
Good stuff.
Yeah. She is the she's the spy master of this current ship.
Okay. I'm going to switch off the extension, by the way, for the benefactor. I didn't realise it was still on. And next up, can we go to Felicia?
Alrighty. I am playing a sea elf druid called Ava. She is a former baker, and she has traveled a lot throughout her life, being around 350 years old. The crime she is unfortunately guilty of is the fact that she poisoned and thus killed her best friend and her entire family. Because her friend was in an abusive relationship, and she thought, hey, let's kill the cheating bastard. Here, give him this. But it turned out that her friend did not get the hint and gave the poisonous bread to their entire family.
Very smart.
Yes.
Is that butter cake, by the way? I think I feel
yes,
with my
Minion. Baker turned murderer.
Yep.
That is exactly what I is.
And it's the
and
seal with the cake.
Yes.
that you have on screen right now.
So yes, you have a very chipper murderer.
She will be the bosun on the ship, so I'm gonna send people to the brig, including you guys. And if you don't behave, you're not getting any cake or dessert of any kind.
Yes. In addition to being sent to the brig, you don't get any cake. So you know.
Yeah. So there's the carrot and the stick,
Poison.
but in this case, it's the carrot cake and the stick.
Right.
Okay. Next up, Jordan.
Yeah, hi. I'm playing Alphonse Yue, which is a male human sorcerer. He's also a divine soul sorcerer, so he didn't really like killing. Fighting and harming people wasn't really his thing, so he sort of went into the healing arts instead. So that's sort of what he's going to be. He's going to be the team's healer, which sort of dips into his crime. When it comes to healing and making sure people live, he goes a bit overboard with it. Where he's also willing to sacrifice others, which is his crime. He went to a village who was diseased. There was no cure for it except for one person who was actually immune to disease. And a few drops of that person's blood actually cured everyone else. Well, each individual. After a while, the poor victim had left drained and was sadly going to perish, but at the expense he saved the rest of the village. He thought he was doing a great thing. This was supposed to be brilliant. But unfortunately, it's still kind of murder. And he didn't quite understand why that was bad. So that's kind of why he got pushed out of the village, moved on his way, and word got around that he would kill, basically. So, trying to keep his image of saving people, he went to one of the only places that would accept him now, being the Forsaken. So, he'll actually get a healer in the Forsaken.
I'm sure we won't need you.
Oh, no, fine, we're
Not
fine.
at all.
He has 10 AC, by the way.
Oh, he's
Just stand behind.
super easy to hit.
You have good constitution, so your HP is 50. But that
I bleed good all over these robes. And finally, Danny.
I'll be playing Dalgal Iron Fist, a mountain dwarf barbarian, male. Very archetypal Warhammer dwarf giant slayer kind of character, with a big red mohawk, which is kind of going a little bit grey. I'm a little bit old, but I haven't really left the barbarianing trade. I grew up in a mine. I was one of the defenders for the mine, fighting off raiders on the sea. Gradually worked my way through into adventuring, and left the mine behind along with my family. It was a little bit clumsy. We agreed that I'd move away a little bit. Everyone would have known this. I talk about it constantly. My crime was once I left my adventuring group in a port, a rival group started. They knew about my anger issues, and they started to pick on those a little bit, and I completely lost my rag, and I ended up killing not only the people that had started to fight with me, but also the owner of the drinking establishment that I was in, who was under the protection of the Forsaken, unbeknownst to me. Also kind of set fire to the pub.
kind of.
Oops. So that was one of the reasons why the Forsaken had a quiet word with me, and that was a number of years ago, and here I am on a boat with the Forsaken. Kind of trying to deal with, I'm a barbarian, I do what barbarians do, but I also want control over that. That's kind of the demon that I'm struggling with at the moment.
So, your character is the only character who didn't have a choice. largely because the person that you killed was a former Forsaken who had forgiven himself. So everybody's success story, and then you killed him. So, they now that you're a member of the crew, you're just considered to be another Torag, another bastard amongst a crew of bastards. Everybody's guilty of something here, captain all the way down. So, in that sense, you're one of them now. You're working towards the end. But when you first came, there's a little bit of a problem. Thankfully, you've risen through the ranks. And that's true of all of you. You have risen through the ranks from Skags, which is the name of regular sailors. I've had to say what the difference is. On a pirate ship, the sailors are Skags. On a sailing ship, the sailors are sailors. So Skags are just the masters of the crew, and the Skags in this case are you. All of the viewers in this now are Skags. You are the unnamed masses of the crew on this giant brigand, well, not giant, but this formidable brigantine ship that is called the Wayback. So we'll get into other characters that are not played by the viewers in a short while, but feel free. Yep, you're a Skag, afraid. You're a Skag.
Yeah.
So feel free to start talking in chat about your own characters. If you can, get a piece of paper and a pencil. There will be you'll be making a character of a kind. You won't have a character sheet as such, but things will happen to you throughout the adventure, I'm hoping.
Yes.
And when we use some of the commands, do not use the commands now. That you
Or you will
guys
be put in
can.
a brig like
You may
me.
gain things. What's
Will
that?
you be put in brig like me?
Or you'll be put
We'll
in the
be
brig,
brigged
exactly.
right away.
Yeah, and but there are things that you can gain, and if you write those down, we'll have that as part of canon. So you'll start to be part of canon. Also, as Skags, feel free to put stuff in the chat, talking to each other and talking to the officers. The officers sometimes will probably ignore you because, well, they've got to do the mission. But there'll be times
We
when
have a job to do, okay?
Yeah.
Yep, there will be times when when the officers might set you tasks. So, for example, you can type in !D20 and roll a D20 in the chat, and I'll put a modifier on top of that and tell you whether you succeeded or failed by whatever degree. Feel free to just have a thing, and at the moment we're going to use your tags as the name of the Skag. So it will be Skag Sabai or Defrate or Kate.
Kate the Skag!
And just consider that most of them are nicknames. So Hermit will call Hermit, Minion will call Minion, and so on. And for those of you who haven't
Except
watched
for
this
Kate.
before, Aura Prime will just normally call Aura Prime Prime. So welcome to the crew. You're all on the Wayback. The Wayback is a brigantine.
I will
Corinne, can you bring up the map?
Yes, I will bring up the brigantine.
So first of all, a big shout out to Neutral Party. Neutral Party, when we do use maps, I preferentially use Neutral Party maps, both in real life and also on Roll20. They've got a fantastic drawing style. They do a number of different things as well. They don't just keep doing trees or whatever. They've done lava fields, which I haven't actually used yet. They've done swamps. They've done witches' huts. They've done ships. They've done all sorts of stuff, different types of temples and all sorts. Absolutely love it. Mad Madison.
Mad Madison.
Please take a look at them on Patreon. I'm a subscriber to their thing, so I'm using all of their maps with permission because I paid for it. The one that you can see on screen, I think still now, is the brigantine itself. So this is the Wayback. It's got space between the words on the side of the ship, but everybody just turns it into one name, the Wayback. Looking at the map at the moment, number 1 is the captain's quarters, which also has kind of the captain's table where all the officers would eat and things, and they would chat about the day. 2 is the quartermaster's office, very important job, and the quartermaster is responsible for keeping an eye on all the stock on the ship and making sure nobody nicks any of it. Next to the quartermaster's office, with a set of bolts that are actually unbolted in the quartermaster's office, so it slides straight through the wall, is the powder room and vault. That's a kind of gotcha last scenario. If you blow up the powder room on this, you also blow up the vault, which means you're not getting any of the fucking money. This is common practice in Ilaria. Number 4 is the galley, where you'll normally find Felicia's character cooking up the latest cake, much to Cookie's disappointment. Then 6, 7, and 9 are officers. 5 is the officers' mess. And the officers in this case are the players. There's 1 or 2 others as well. Then we've got 6, 7, and 9 are guest cabins, but also can be made as part of the brig. So if your crime isn't that bad, you'll just be put into one of those rooms where a wee bit of cabin fever will start to settle in, and soon you'll be banging the door down to rejoin the crew. And once they're happy that you're sufficiently sorry, you'll be back out again. There is, however, a small locker that I haven't put a number on, and that's the brig if they really fucking hate you. And that's where they put you, basically until you die. Then after that, you've got the main cargo in 8. That's where all of you guys, the Skags, sleep. But for the most part, it's not a very pleasant place to sleep, so you'll spend most of your time on the deck. This is not a ship that is made for living on. This is a ship for going off, doing the mission, and then finding a suitable, safe harbour to spend your booty. After that, you've got number 10, and that's the weapons locker. That will be anything from melee weapons to wands, orbs, holy symbols for whichever god ails you, and so on. Also, some of the powder and some of the cannonballs. So,
Don't fire the cannon.
don't fire the
Don't
fire
fire
the cannons.
Don't fire the cannons
Hold
unless told by the master gunner.
Master gunner, yeah.
Yes.
So
And
let me
you're
go through
allowed to shoot the gun.
the junior officers. Felicia is the bosun. Bosun's job is basically the people manager of the ship. Traditionally, we'll throw people in the brig, give up the lashings if they are required, and make sure that she resolves any arguments amongst you all. So if she says brig, you're going in the brig. Corinne is the spy master. Spy master aboard a pirate ship, very, very important, sends out scouting missions, which can may be the players themselves, or it could be a bunch of scouts just going out and looking for a route. And it's her responsibility to make sure that they don't get caught with their trousers down when they're in harbour. It takes a long time to get a ship up and running, and if you've got an entire battalion of guards rushing at your ship, you could be scuppered before you even start. Scuppered, of course, meaning your ship is flat.
I also keep a lookout for mutiny.
Yes. Yes, her spy master abilities are also internal. And so she will be looking through your bags and lockers and things like that and questioning your activity at all times, looking for mutinies aboard the ship. Jordan is the master gunner, which means that you do not fire the cannons unless Jordan tells you to.
It's such a good
You'll
job.
get your time, don't worry. You'll get to fire them. I'll make sure you do.
Okay, Sabai, Bosun, write down Sabai's crime, please. Sabai's crime was being a wizard who liked
Fireball.
fireball, both the drink and the spell.
Don't drink and
I
spell,
love it.
kid.
Just don't
and
get
then
mixed up.
Yeah.
Danny's character is the Master at Arms. Master at Arms leads the boarding party onto other vessels and raids ports and various other things. So he's the one who tells you to get your cutlasses and get into the fray. And you're responsible, under your various stations, you effectively become the leader when your stations kick off. Okay? So, the one person who is the leader at all times knows, with the power to veto you all, is Captain Keeley Horn, spelled with an E. Keeley Horn is a well-respected captain amongst the Forsaken. However, hasn't been a captain for the last 5 years. The last 5 years, she went off on special missions for Bill. And this is her first ship in that amount of time. She's in her early 40s, and she has a large, strong, curvaceous frame. For reference, she's about the size and shape of Lizzo. She is African Latino, I would say, is probably the closest that I would place her in terms of her race. And she is strong, quick-witted, but also very personable.
Did you say she
rather
was a
than the usual.
half-elf as well?
She's also a half-elf.
Yeah.
She is a half-elf. Let me double-check that. I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, she's a half-elf. She has a large cutlass that was given to her by Bill himself. She has some magical ability. I'm not going to state classes for this because I like the freedom of characters to just have the ability to do certain things. Classes are mostly for player characters. And she's quite affable. She's quite jolly person. However, when she changes, she snaps and starts barking orders. It's crazy. It's like being headbutted by a squirrel. It just comes out of nowhere and suddenly you just feel compelled to action. You know that she can be as ruthless as any captain amongst the Forsaken. Don't take her affable demeanor to mean any form of weakness. She does it because she knows that you guys are performing the duty. If you stopped performing the duty and turned against her, it would be very different indeed. She has been known to kill mutineering Forsaken in the dozens in order to keep the ranks tight. So she has a lot of blood on her hands. Blood that she didn't mean to spill, and blood that she absolutely did. So, you guys have got the way back fully stocked. Food, ammunition, weapons. The Skags seem like a fairly capable lot. They're not leaving rope all over the damn place for you to trip over, and they seem to be getting on with the work. Maybe they've been sailors for a little while now. You lot certainly have, because once you were one of them. Skags rising into the ranks, becoming junior officers. You become incredibly well known for your various talents, positions that we've already discussed. And 3 days ago, you were joined by Captain Key. You've been on the ship for months, outfitting her with a couple of temporary captains, not necessarily full-blown captains themselves, just senior officers, making sure that she does what she needs to do. As a brigantine, the way back is outrageously fast for a vessel of her size. She can outrun many of the sloops and skiffs and things like that that are smaller than her, and yet she packs a hell of a lot of gunpowder. 16 cannons, 8 each side, provide a blistering broadside in addition to the spells that some of the crew have. And then, on top of that, you've got the long knives. 2 huge cannons at the front of the ship, pointing directly forward and capable of hitting any ship that is directly in front of you. All it requires is for one of these large bore cannons to hit the sail, and immediately you'll have them slowing down. Any ship that can outrun you, after a couple of holes in the sail, forget it. This is a hunting ship. Captain Horn has been on for a few days now. You guys have settled in, and she's kind of got the measure of you. You haven't performed any of the Forsaken rituals yet. You know that one of the things that the Shackleman and both Blackheart Bill is fond of is rhyming. The rhyming doesn't have to be particularly good, but it's something that shows that you can't just invoke Blackheart Bill easily. Sometimes when you invoke him, he comes in person. If the vengeance is so terrible that is needed, he will turn up in person. For you, your vengeance could be, for example, taking from the rich and giving back to the poor, if that rich person got rich by taking it. A little bit of Robin Hood going. Sometimes it's going in and giving somebody a bit of a scare or a bit of a hiding. But, if necessary, it can include killing, destroying, burning to the ground. You have to remember to only do what you're told to do. You can't just burn down the whole town, because then you will wrong other people. And yes, the Forsaken can be set upon themselves. And that's part of the oath taken from you. You know, in order to invoke the Shackleman, not Shackleman, Galaman. I'm going to do that more than once. In order to invoke the Galaman, you have to tie a noose in rope and then cut it off short, a few inches from the knot, so that it's useless. The useless noose. Once you've got that in hand, and you are talking to the Galaman will listen to you as a member of the Forsaken. Typically, in order to get its favor, it's better that you ask in some form of bribe. You've heard, for example, Galaman, show us the way. Tell us now who next must pay. Simple rhyme, and that's either leads you to someone who must become a member of the Forsaken, or somebody must be punished by them. Variations on that one. It doesn't really matter. Bards everywhere try to invoke the Galaman with their songs, especially as part of their bardic magic, to invoke the Forsaken against those who have maybe wronged the people. You'd be surprised how often that works. And that is Illyria canon, by the way. If you play a bard in future, it is entirely possible that you can invoke the Forsaken. However, you all haven't had a chance to do a ritual, because last night you were tossing and turning in your hammocks. Even the crew who were taking the night shift felt that there were various visions and things as they felt a creature. I'm not quite sure what it is. Just something crying out to be let free. At first you thought this was a moment for the Shackleman, but as the dream went on, you could hear in the darkness on board a ship, unmistakably on board a ship, in the darkness, in the bowels of some vessel, somewhere, that a person, a creature, who knows, wails out mournfully for someone to come and end their life, to kill them, to set them free of the pain that they feel, to give them peace. Suddenly the creature in the darkness howls with pain, and as it howls, it comes with it an anger, a wish, a strike of vengeance, asking that its tormentors are killed alongside it, and that they know why they are dying. Because they are its torturer. You wake to... Come on! Did you get it too?
Work to
Bloody
do.
hell!
Yes.
What's going on?
Yes. What's going? What is it?
You open the door to the quartermaster, Nukarun. Nukarun is a Tauren there aren't many humans on this ship, apart from any skags that choose to be human. Yeah, maybe that'd be a good thing to put into chat at the moment and write down what race you are. But the Tauren, or Minotaur quartermaster, his fur slick with sweat after tossing and turning with the dream. You must have got it too.
Yes, I had a very weird dream.
Galaman brought it to us.
Does the captain
It doesn't know us. It doesn't know how to rhyme it. It's just crying out into the ether.
So I wasn't the only one getting a dream tonight then.
No.
Usually those are my nightmares.
No. We've been called to the duty. And you can see that he's pulling on this waistcoat and tying this kind of kilt around his waist. His large Tauren frame being too big for something like trousers. And buckling this cutlass and cudgel set to his belt. He goes, let's find the captain. I'm sure she had it too.
I was good. Yeah.
Without question.
So you know that Nukarun is a Tauren, and so too is your first mate, Hundus. Hundus is a female Tauren and is the sister of Nukarun.
Tauren TM. Tauren TM. Tauren is a WoW thing.
Well,
Yes.
I like the word Tauren. I'm going to say it in place of as you walk onto the deck, you're greeted by the first mate, Hundus. Hundus is another Minotaur with kind of almost like ram horns, whereas Nukarun's horns are large like a kind of Aberdeen Angus cow, which means that he does struggle in the lower depths of the ship, but refuses to alter his horns. They are formidable weapons after all. And Hundus looks at you with her arms crossed and says, rise and shine, you lot. Right, come on.
Oh, please, you know I don't sleep.
Well, she only
And
sleeps
yet you
for 4
got the
hours a
vision
day.
when you were trancing. And you can see that Hundus is a sorcerer, much like two of you. And
Sorceress galore.
has kind of like a leather shift. So it's not leather armor, but it's like a leather shift that she wears at all times. And the other thing about her is that she has between her kind of almost curved, almost ram-like horns. The top of the head is completely bald and scarred with burn marks. No one's ever managed to figure out how that happened, or why she hasn't used any form of regeneration magic to have it restored.
My theory is, I haven't really dug into it, but my theory is that it was like a mishap and she burned herself.
And she is just a regular dragon sorcerer, although you've never seen any dragon scales on her, but she has got quite a thick, shaggy coat. And you don't know what colour dragon sorcerer she is either. She throws open the first set of doors, and you go in, push the second set of doors open, and sat there, tying on a boot, is Captain.
Good morning, Captain. I shall prepare some of my best energy muffins.
Once we set to course, I need to speak to you. Sit down. So, you've heard the Galaman's call before,
Yeah,
but I want you all to know that we have an interesting this time. Someone has called out to the Galaman, to us, to Bill. Not just because they've heard of the stories, that they called out to us with their heart. And they called out for the death I need to know more.
That's the part that bothers me.
Yeah.
Why would they ask
Usually
for their
people
own
don't
death?
ask to die, but it has been known to happen.
Not really our
it's-
job, though, is it?
Well,
Well.
in the vision we all had, it seemed like it was being tortured. So
Well, that we can do something about.
Okay.
that would probably be why it was asking for its own death.
Would it not ask for help instead of its own death, even if it is being tortured?
It's gotten me to thinking that I don't think it knows it can ask for help.
No. It's more, I got the feeling that it was a creature rather than a person.
There was something large, a bestial to it.
Either way,
You can see that Hundus kind of puffs out her huge nostrils at the word bestial, as if to say, you know, some people are bestial and people.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I want to put this to you all.
Oh,
What,
how-
what would you do if y'all had to kill?
I'm not comfortable with killing, but we could at least stop the torturing for what seems to be happening. The officer in discomfort.
Give it
Just because it's
vengeance.
asking for it doesn't mean it knows what it's asking for.
well, we do specialize in vengeance, and someone who pleasures at the expense of others do deserve what they get.
That's what's got me to think.
Yes. Well, we
I
can...
plotted out as much as I could where it was coming from. Some of the benefits of being captive, closer to the government. I knew the direction. Started looking through the various logs and the various news that we've had from the other vessels. And from what I can tell, this coincides with a ship that I'm very interested in. And Bill's very interested in. There's telltale of a ship out there that doesn't require the wind, but yet has no mechanism, at least none that we can see. It has a sail, uses it sometimes, but when it's been in combat with other ships, as far as the survivors can tell, and of course taken into account the tall tales of the survivor, this thing goes faster than any ship, can go against the wave,
I mean,
can
with the
maneuver
rock...
in ways that even we can't maneuver. And that is something that I am unknown knows.
I mean, there's certain things you can achieve with just the right kind of magic, but that seems a bit...
Too
That's the thing. They would have said if it was just a simple thing of getting a druid on deck and getting the wind to push the sails, that would be one thing. But they do the opposite. They get their druids off the side of the vessel, pushing the wind in the direction of the other ship.
Oh.
They don't
Well-
need it to propel them. They have some other means, and yet, from all of the accounts, there's no sign of mechanism.
Fascinating.
Are they using the ocean itself?
Possible. It could be that the thing that is asking for its own death could be some sort of water elemental
Yes.
charged with the eternal
Possibly.
task to be pulling along the ship. But the thing is, the water elementals, they're kind of accustomed to being summoned. They're ageless. You know, what's
There are
a
other types
few
of
decades of
beasts.
pushing a ship around to an eternity? They for the most part, they don't cry out for stuff like that. If
There are
anything, they
other
lay
types
in
of
wait to try and kill their captors.
I think.
Why would they torture something that's pulling the ship?
Because I believe it's unwilling.
Yeah.
That's probably the accelerator.
Yeah. There are
Torture
several
it to make
types...
it move.
As our current summoning expert here says, there are many types of different summonings you can do to bind things to your service.
I'm glad that you're
Many
coming to the same
different
conclusion that
types
I
of
am.
beasts who would answer the initial summoning, but if they manage to keep it from returning, that's bad for not only the creature, but probably the person summoning it too.
I heard the Skags talking just now, and they have some pet theories about an elemental being turned into steam and then back again. I don't know what they're talking about.
Entirely possible.
Shabai.
There's gags.
I wouldn't dismiss it. It sounds like a better theory than some people would have.
Yes.
Yes.
Did you say you knew where you thought the ship was?
Well, I can tell you where it's been raiding, and I think there's a decent port that we could go to. Unfortunately, it's in Khantum.
Ooh.
So, Khantum, you know, well, some of you from the charity stream, other people, who don't know, Khantum is run by a bunch of princes. It has a set of castes, warrior caste at the top, and then it goes down throughout the castes to the bottom. And the warrior caste rule pretty much everything. And a member of the warrior caste can kill most people of the other caste if they choose to, and with no consequences whatsoever. The princes hold lavish games, like lavish kind of Colosseum games, gladiatorial games, and they are pretty merciless with it all. Needless to say, they have outlawed every faction among the Seven Sails, and are one of the most oppressive regimes in Illyria at the moment that we're aware of. So, theories are abound, and Captain Horn nods ahead to Hundus, and Hundus says, I did do some forms of scrying, as far as I was able to. And, yes, I couldn't get the species of the creature. Ordinarily, I'd be able to do so. It's almost as if... I don't know, maybe it's a construct. That's the only thing I can think of. Nothing would turn up if it was, say, a golem. Although typically I can recognize a Warforged, especially after the Midnight March.
Twilight March.
Twilight March, yeah. Sorry. Especially after the Twilight March. You know that the Twilight March, being that the Forsaken, that means you guys as well were part of it all, and that was something that happened this year, about 8 months ago, where all of the Warforged in Vardencore lands, so where the Benefactor is held, just fucked off. They just ripped their restraining bolts out of the back of their head, threw it on the floor, and walked out of the country. And because they took they were enslaved, yep. And because they took up a large proportion of the Vardencore army, the army let them go because they didn't want to go up against pretty much their equal number in Warforged. And so some Warforged were defeated, were killed, but many of them who got to the coast walked straight onto Nation of the Seven Sails ships, which is why in a lot of places, not Ostergold, but in a lot of places in Vardencore at the moment, Seven Sails are not welcome. Ostergold is an exception because Duke Edmund Ostermark doesn't give a fuck. Because he's too rich to care about what anybody else thinks. So yeah, that's the Twilight March. And Hundus says, I would have known if it was a Warforged, I'm sure, but I don't know. I guess that's part of the mystery that we have to solve.
How can a machine cry out in pain?
Oh, many machines have souls.
Well, as I said, that's mostly Warforged, though. If it's not a Warforged...
And if it's not...
Yeah, but I mean, if Warforged can manage to gain souls, other machines should be capable of the same feat. Or at least it's a possibility.
You're looking for a Khantum sailor who survived a battle with this ship. Member of the warrior caste, but no, it did. Unfortunately,
Are there any that are not dicks from over there?
well, they're born into their caste half the time. As long as they don't fail any of their training, they are allowed to stay within the caste. So, yes, Captain Horn will be able to tell you more. I want to go somewhere near the coast of one of the cities. Port Raoul. If we can get a small expeditionary team to, first of all, meet up with our drowned king there, and then go further and find this sailor, we should be able to get more intelligence about what we need. I'm also interested in any small detail that they can give me an idea of their raiding pattern. See what they're looking for. We're all over this place. We're regularly pestering the princes of Khantum. For one thing, they're always guilty of one thing or another. So the Shacklemen are raiding the coasts on a pretty daily basis. You know, we can loot most of the organizations that are there because they all use slaves. Slaves that just weren't entertaining enough to put into their murder pits.
Oh yeah, one of
I
the old
refuse to call
ships I was on have been there a few times.
So we're all over the place, so I don't know how he missed it. I would say we probably need to find out where the holding ground is. They seem to be evading us at every turn. With that kind of mobility, who knows? Anyway, that's your first mission. I want to drop you off. Take some of the skags if you want with you. Go for an expeditionary sortie. I'll be able to give you a means to get hold of the Drowned King. So the Drowned King that you're looking for is Terem Sladefoot, Goliath. She... Yeah. Terem, so Terym, Slatefoot.
And that's the Drowned King,
Yeah.
kind of our contact, yeah?
Yeah.
So Drowned Kings are clandestine agents in every port in Illyria, and they are responsible for stuff like this, staying unseen but still providing information and so forth to the other factions.
I was gonna suggest the freight, but his thoughts tell me that he is quite keen on having his rum rations today and sleeping. So I don't think he's gonna be a very good choice.
He's
A
quite
little bit of
delicate anyway,
encouraging.
so he might not be best for the task.
Yes.
Well,
I'll leave you to that. I'll leave that to you guys.
I think I'd be convinced.
you decide on some of the skags, would you, sweetheart? I will go and prepare our rations for the trip. I'm sure I had some of those herbs left from the last time we were in port.
Okay. Give me a first dice roll of the campaign. Give me a quick chef's kit roll.
I give you
Fuck,
guidance.
I forgot to look up what that was.
And so
it's-
Those are
guidance.
the energy
It,
muffins.
it actually depends on what you're doing. So if it's something where you have a long time and you're trying to go for a new recipe, it's based off intelligence. If it's something where you're just swiftly putting together a dish that you already know, it's dex. If it's putting together a dish out of foraged items, it's wisdom. Your choice.
Guidance.
Guidance. Guidance.
Guidance. I have it. And now you have it.
Okay.
Simon, what race was Slatefoot?
Goliath.
Goliath.
Terem Slatefoot is a Goliath. Goliath female. She lives in Port Royal with her wife.
Why
who
is D&D
is,
Beyond failing me to look up stuff? Oh well.
with her wife, who's also a Goliath. Both of them very capable fighters. As a result, they are respected in Khantoum because large Goliaths with large broadswords.
You said with
fit in
proficiency,
well.
right?
With proficiency, yes.
Well,
You are a
that
chef.
would be a 23 wisdom.
Okay. You make a delicacy. Not just a meal, but a delicacy. What's the delicacy?
I'm making us bagels to bring.
Ooh.
Okay,
Ooh,
sure.
like
yeah.
herb baked bagels.
Yeah.
The smell of fresh baking, whilst you are changing course to Khantoum, starts to make the crew salivate. You
I
can
work
note
on
down-
positive reinforcement, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. You got Hermit willing to kill for those, so that's good.
You're willing to join us? You
Yes.
might get a bagel.
Yeah.
If you stay on the ship.
What race are you, Hermit?
Yeah,
Tell us what
no
race you
bagels
are.
left on the ship.
And
Wait.
you can have a class, but I think like most skags are like level 1 to 3. Like they're not very powerful when it
Yeah,
comes
we're
to level.
not going to give you guys a character sheet or anything because that's a level of complexity that will kill this mission. It's generally just a bit of fun in the background. So
You're there. You're
Okay.
just not.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. We
Yeah,
have
Hermit is willing, so yes.
okay, so you got Hermit who's going to be coming on the sortie as well.
Yes. For bagels.
Who else are you going to drum up for this?
Well, the freight. I know you're quite keen on staying on here, but if you want to, there are bagels to eat if you come with us.
The bagels. Who's
So-
not wearing a red shirt?
Yeah.
Let's take them. I'll take the red shirts too.
Well, I find it funny
Fine,
that both
good
Defrate and
names.
Hermit are both shades of red.
Made me think of it.
Oh, yikes.
Thanks, Vicky.
Not looking good already.
Bring the freight and prime. That'll do.
Okay, Defrate and Prime.
And also
Okay.
Hermit. Hermit said he wants bagels.
Yes, and Hermit. We have
And
three
Hermit.
people.
Okay, so we got Defrate, Prime, and Hermit are coming on the mission. Cool. On the way, you guys get briefed. You're going to be dropped down the coast. You're going to have to sneak through a village to get to a point just outside Port Royal. Small fishing village that just supplements the intake of food from the sea to be able to feed the huge amount of people in Port Royal. The nice thing about the village is that you'll find that there's very little warrior caste there. There will be normally the more disgruntled members of the warrior caste, because they will be sent to the shitty little village to protect it. There's very little honor in it all. There's very little prestige. It's pretty much it's either a punishment for a capable warrior, or it's warriors that have no ambition and have kind of gone there for an easy life. Either way, they're either going to be very touchy or very lazy. You know that on a point on the other side of this village, you need to wait for Terem to come and find you. You've been given a small lantern, almost like a tiny little miniature lantern, about the size of this little bottle here. And it doesn't shed light. When you fire it off, it actually sends out a magical signature that those who know who to look for it can find. And that is that when you set it off at the right point, you will be able to get the Drowned King to come to you.
That's kind of like a flare.
Yes, Minion, that's tomorrow night.
Yeet.
So, any preparation on the ship on the way there? You've got some bagels. We'll say that's you've got
we were
enough
off the ship.
there to be able to take them as a character item. So if there's someone who's particularly into fine foods, that is a delicacy, I'd say, rather than just a meal. anything else you guys would like to drum up, and that could be
Yes.
a plan that you give to the skags. It could be something that you craft. It's going to take. I'm going to give you.
The freight you get the bagel once we've done part of the mission when we're out. It's
maybe
Yeah,
half
during
a
lunchtime.
bagel at the beginning.
yeah. We're
And then the other half a bagel.
I assume we're
Yeah, it's
going
an
during the
installment plan.
night.
Yeah.
Simon,
Cut like lengthwise.
we're going during the night. Yeah, because we're sneaking.
Yes, most definitely. You're coming in. The ship is coming in at dusk, and leaving by dawn. You'll be spending
Yeah.
24 hours on the shore, and you'll be picked up in the same place the following day.
Is it
So,
technically
you've
past
got-
midnight? Like technically past midnight.
What do you mean technically past midnight?
Oh, wait,
So, is it at like 1 in the morning now, or is it?
Well, this is a few
still
days
evening?
away because
Yeah.
you've got to sail there first. I'm going to say
Right.
once all of your other duties are satisfied, you've got 4 days, the equivalent of 4 days preparation to do what you want to do. So if you wanted to craft something, if you wanted to do whatever, I've got different crafting rules, the ones in the book. But if there's anything in particular that you wanted to do or wanted to train, then you could do that. You can, if you want, train the skags for certain things as well. So what would you like to do with your 4 days?
I would request our spy master to give the skags a crash course on stealth.
yes, I will.
I'll
Sure.
be taking part in that as well.
Okay, so yeah, this is a training role. Okay, so Corinne,
Well-
can you?
What I'll probably do with it is I will tell them that what we're gonna do is I'm gonna cast when we're going is that I'm gonna cast a darkness spell and we're all gonna be like, either like holding hands or tied together, that we're gonna walk through and I'm gonna lead them because that is
Be careful, of course, with the darkness spell, because the darkness spell does, on the outside, look like a big black dome. So,
Yeah.
but
That
this is
would-
during
if
the
it's-
night.
Oh yeah, if it's during the night, then it's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
If it's even dusk, they'll just be like, "What the hell is that?" Because it just look like this supernatural or
Yeah.
just walking along this. I do want you to do a training roll, however, Corinne.
Yes.
So can you give me a? It would be a charisma. With proficiency, because the thing that you're training them in, you are proficient in.
Yes, I
And
am actually
guidance.
proficient in stealth as well as a skill, so
Yeah, and
Yeah.
guidance from Jordan.
And guidance.
thank you.
I really want to learn how to be stealthy.
Apparently Shabai can turn everybody into rats.
Sounds powerful.
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna do my roll. I'm just gonna see. Okay, so it will be at the +7. Because
+7. Yeah. Go for it.
+7s are good.
That's amazing.
yeah.
For all stealth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a point that I get
so
with wisdom right now.
11 plus 2, which is 13, plus 7, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Good.
Good.
Jordan, please give me an intelligence roll. And
Good luck.
Oh no.
Defrate, Prime, and Hermit, please type in !D20.
Yes.
Defrate
Nice.
rolled a 17. You're going to have to wait a second, Aura, for your
5
D20.
seconds.
Yeah.
It's about 5 seconds between each one. I'm actually going to check that now to make sure it is
Oh.
still.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah. It's
And-
30 seconds. I'm going to take it down to 5. There
Yeah.
we go. There we go.
And
I changed all the others. So Defrate rolled a 17. That's a pass. Aura Prime rolled a 12. That's a pass. And one more time for you, Hermit.
Try again, Hermit.
Sorry, it was still set on 30 seconds.
We have to.
You
Great.
just have to
Like
trust that people
everyone
won't
is
spam.
stealthy.
Yes, if you
was my
spam, you will be
first
timed out. We
Yeah.
won't ban you, but we will time you out if you stop spamming.
The break. It would be great.
Yeah.
Oh yes, they will
one of the
also be
functions of the break,
brigged,
yeah, the
and
break,
there will be no.
Jordan, what did you get? Oh, there we go. Hermit got a 12, so that's a pass as well. What did you get? You got a 6.
Oh dear.
Okay. So you watch as Hermit, Prime, and Defrate, listening and hanging on your every word, starts to really get this. You know, they really, really get it. To the point where they now all have advantage when they end up enacting their master plan to sneak past the village. However, sorry, say your character's name again, Jordan.
Alphonse.
Alphonse.
Call him Al or Alfie.
Alphonse, yeah.
Yeah.
Alphonse, however, just doesn't get it. Every time you're giving him things, he kind of just imagines what he thinks you're saying, and then does that instead. And you're like, nope, that's nowhere near what I said. Right.
I'm like,
This is what I said. And
no.
Wait.
Look,
Since we have a few days, I'm just gonna change some of my prepared spells.
of course.
Yes, you can do that. And I'm
I
like,
can. It is wonderful.
and me and Alphonse are quite like good friends. So I'm like, no, no.
like, oh, come on. Look. So,
Look.
like, we're like going like this, yeah? Yeah. We're sneaking. Let's go.
You need to stop sneaking and asking her questions while you're sneaking, while you're stealthing, you know?
One of the crew, Blind Ralph,
Okay, so let's bring Pass Without Trace.
Oh yes, thank you.
Locate animals or plants might be useful. Detect magic. Yeah.
I hope these sound effects are good volume, by the way, chat. If they are either too loud or too low, please do tell me.
Can I get them?
so
Yes.
Blind Ralph, a member of the crew, a half-orc monk, who you've known since they took the ritual of true restoration, and actually transmail, pipes up and says, "Alphonse, even I can tell where you are. Over the sound of the ship."
I'm doing my best.
Don't worry,
I put it in the
sweetie. I have the perfect recipe for this.
You watch as Blind Ralph takes one of the larger seeds, one of the pumpkin seeds, off the bagel and just flicks it, hitting you square in the head.
You're blind. How?
Doing the badass monk thing, just folds his hands and folds his arms, and it's just like, because you're that bad.
Maybe I should be sitting this one out.
So, you find that on the horizon a familiar.
Do we also
Post.
need to learn any like customs or anything of the area?
You know that mostly you're not going to fit in if you meet any of the
Yeah,
officials
right.
there anyway. It's a case of if you're caught, you're fucking caught.
Okay.
That's not to say you can't talk your way out of a situation.
I'll be myself.
This is a heavily corrupt country. As long as you don't find a card-carrying nationalist, chances are you can either tell them to keep their mouth shut, or you're going to break their legs, or you can bribe your way out of a lot of situations as well. As long as it's with only 1 or 2 or 3 people, you should have a reasonable chance of success. It's only if they think that some of the other people who are being bribed are going to rat on them that they will pretty much just say, "Come on, let's do this," because we don't trust each other to keep them. Keely steps on the onto the deck and says, "You're ready to go now."
Just 1 second. How many of you can see in the dark?
Well, I think me, you, and Dan can. Jordan cannot, so therefore he's gonna hold in someone's hand the entire time.
I
That's a
am
good
the
idea
baby.
anyway.
I'm looking back in the chat to find out if any of the guys there are human or human or halfling.
We have a
but,
chain. Wait.
We're not bringing Sabai because Sabai was feeding his cat, well, their cat.
Yes.
while we were deciding people. So Sabai has
I
to.
have asked, with that knowledge, what do you want?
We
I
have a quick
agree, Hermit. I agree.
But yes, if you guys want to, the Hermit, the Freight, and okay, so
Wait.
Hermit has dark vision. The Freight, what race are you? Do you have?
Half elf. No, that's Hermit.
Yes, you can get drunk.
I've set myself to do a lot of writing for this because I'm
Yes.
getting the viewers involved.
Yes. The Freight is an orc.
Defreit is an orc, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, and then Aura, what race are you if you're there?
Haven't seen Aura for a little while, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
Aura's
that's
been gone for a little while, so
That's
we'll
fine,
be
that's fine. I
doing
mean,
no,
it
they
we're
rolled.
keeping it
instead.
loosey-goosey anyway, so that's fine.
They rolled not too long ago. so-
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
he's.
they're coming. Yeah, it's just if he's off doing other
Yeah.
things, that's fine.
Yeah.
Let's say we keep
Either way.
the skag involvement loose.
Yeah.
So
Tag involvement loose. Anyways,
Halfling.
you said
halfling. Okay, so you're fucked in the dark as well. Right, so,
You're
either
also
way,
holding hands.
I will, as we're approaching the place, cast Dark Vision on our lovely human.
Thank you. Thank you.
okay, so with Prime being taken along by Defreit and Hermit between the two of them, you step out onto the beach off the rowing boat. And I'm going to say Sabai rows the boat back to the ship.
Yeah.
The ship carries on, and you are now on the coast. The wind
Lovely.
blows through the nearby trees, and there's a smell of petrichor in the air. Recently, there's been rain. You have, you know that this tends to be quite a dry country, not necessarily desert, but just generally just a dry and crisp air that is normally quite sapping of someone's stamina. The people who work here are constantly, well, those who have to work as labourers all day are constantly heavily fatigued, and try to sneak in any form of water or food throughout the day that they can. However, stopping for too long in the sight of anyone from the warrior caste will have them whipped or beaten. You can see that down the coast, lanterns have been lit in the streets. Khantum once had a very a lot of wealth, and they still hold on to a certain amount of the vestige of that wealth. They are suffering in a number of different areas now, but certain things, in order to keep up appearances, like putting the lamps on, is something that they continue to do. You know that these days they don't have the same trade in oil and things like that, so they have to employ something that the other cities have, but for different reasons. Magi Domestica. For those who have watched The Benefactor, Magi Domestica are a set of magic users in Illyria who learn all of the little utility spells: prestidigitation, thaumaturgy, control, produce flame, change water, purify water, things along those lines. They don't really have much in the way of aggressive spells. However, in the Siege of Ostergald, you did notice that Noki and some of the Magi Domestica used things like Abernathy's Greater Boiling to very good effect. And they used a little bit of creativity to fight the demons that were assaulting the city. You can see that the familiar flickering flames are from Magi Domestica. Magi Domestica is a fantastic career in Ostergald. You get paid very, very well. The exhaustion that you get from using up all of your magical energy is paid off for the skill that you apply. Not so
As we established like last session, the Benefactor, apparently casting spells takes calories.
Yeah, oh,
Yes.
yeah.
400 calories per spell level.
How
Plus
do
spell
you
level.
think sorcerers
All
and
wizards are thin.
similar
Yeah,
keep so
that's why.
slim?
Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah, it's 400
It's
calories
canon,
per.
400 calories per spell level.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, make sure you got a bit of food on you.
That's why we've got a pastry chef.
Yeah.
Need one chef per 3 sorcerers.
Yeah.
The Magi Domestica here are largely just bullied into doing what they're doing, because being a magic user here isn't necessarily that good. If you're a magic user and you have some combat ability, then it's possible that you could qualify, if you pass the training and the exams, to join the warrior caste. If you're a Magi Domestica, you're a servant, which means you're the lowest of the low. It doesn't matter that you have magic. It doesn't matter that you have ability. You light the damn torches and light the damn lanterns, or you'll be beaten. That's how it works. You'll get whatever pay the local governor thinks is fair, which is probably incredibly unfair. But you can see very familiar magical lanterns in the distance. You can also see that there is a large road coming out of Port Raoul, but you know that that road is useless to you. That road is going to be patrolled by the warrior caste, and normally some of the more capable members, going out and parading from village to town, town to village, and then coming back to Port Raoul is the height of pleasure for these posers to be able to go around and say that you're from the big city and that you're a big deal. Going to each fresh new village to bend the ear of the lesser warriors that are just left guarding farmers and so on. So you know that you have to go across country. First of all, you're going to need to do some pathfinding, which is a survival check.
Yes! This is my thing.
Hello, Druid.
Hello, Druid.
Guidance.
Yes?
Get guidance.
I shall do guidance and survival check. This is my
Can I
thing.
help with that?
Oh, you
If
don't
you're
need to-
proficient, you can give her advantage.
Okay, no,
If you're not proficient, you can't have.
I will stay out of it.
Well,
Danny,
considering I rolled an 8, I have a +7, and then I got a 4 from the D4. Thank you,
Nice.
Jordan. That is a 29 on the survival check.
29?
Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, you said
18 plus 7 plus 4.
I thought you said 8, so I was like,
Oh.
what? What's the maths?
Yeah. So just to
29.
say for Danny, for the help action, if it's a complicated task, you can only help if you're aware of how to increase it. If it's something that's a simple task like bashing a door down or something that is kind of like, well, duh, yeah, anybody can do this. Normally, the person who is the primary actor is the person who has the proficiencies. So someone with maybe athletics or is martial class or something like that. But anybody then can say, oh, I help them give the
Just chip in.
advantage. But you can't just say, I do the help action. You can sometimes, if it's that important, and you can think, oh, I've got a narrative way that I can help.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you describe how you help, I may allow it. So that's not a hard and fast rule.
That's
Again,
sure, no
imagination rules all when it comes to this.
Yes. Danny, can you also get your name of your character? Because I forgot and I didn't write it down.
It is Dalgal, Dalgal.
Dalgal, so Dal.
Dalgal, yeah. Yeah, Dalgal. I kind of like it because I'm terrible at making dwarven names. They end up so stereotypical. They're painful. Mostly it's Welsh names that I use. It's like Baruch. I am Baruch Blackforge.
The Freight the Orc is happy on helping us with door smashing.
An important
Why
task.
else do you bring an orc?
You never know when you need to smash a door.
Point the orc in the right direction and go. Okay, so with that, you not only managed to find a suitable route that you believe is going to thread the needle between the village and the main road.
I give
but
the Freight a
you-
bit of a bagel.
But you actually find a set of mushrooms along the way as well. So let's give Sabai a roll. Sabai, give me a exclamation point D8, please. And whilst we're waiting for that, we will. So yeah, you managed to gather up some mushrooms along the way. As you're there passing by, your foot hits something. Oh, you rolled an 8. Oh my
Eight?
god!
Jeez.
Yeah, so
Why?
these mushrooms,
Give
you
him some
know,
bagel.
are terrible for food. Being that if you distill them down, you can make a sleeping draft that is effectively the sleeping draft from Inception. Nothing short of throwing water over them or dumping them in a pool of water will wake them up. It is the equivalent of the sleep spell.
Ooh, those might be useful.
Yeah.
I will grab some mushrooms that will make sleep spell.
Takes
And
a
place
day
it
to do it, though.
Yeah, but...
And that requires herbalism, kit proficiency, or
I have.
alchemy. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, yeah, you pick up the shrooms. And you've got enough for... again, Sabai rolled an 8, so I'm going to use that for both what the mushrooms were and the number of doses.
Is there enough for Hermit to pick up as well? Because Hermit asked.
Sure. I'll give you a dose, Hermit. So yeah, Hermit helps you collect some and pocket some because this is not stealing because
Sharing.
it's on the floor.
It's on the floor, yeah.
It's not, he hasn't stolen from you, so that's fine. So Hermit, please write down that you have 1 sleeping draft. Or you will have
The mushroom.
sleeping draft.
Yeah.
You need one day on the boat to make them first.
Yeah.
And so, Felicia, you have 1d8 of these when you make them.
1d8
Which we'll roll when you make them. 'Cause
doses.
If you get a
Yes.
critical, it's 2d8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you've got these mushrooms, and you're like, yeah, I can't cook with these. Not after last time.
All right.
So yeah,
We've
that was a
all been
stroganoff
there.
that people won't forget. Yeah, they thought they were dead until they chopped them in the horse trough. So yeah, you managed to thread the needle perfectly. Unfortunately, you can see that there's with your route there is one group that you're not going to be able to just walk past just through route alone. You are going to have to sneak past them. You can see a shepherd leaning on the crook and just watching for wolves and other such things. And next to the shepherd, you can see a wood elf with a crossbow a loaded crossbow to the side of her, and you can see that she also has a longbow in her hand. Presumably, she has the one just for the extra oomph, and then after that, it's faster to use the bow. And no matter which way you go, you're going to have to traverse this set of fields.
How dark is it?
It at this point, that's a good point. Actually, we need to know what phase the moon is in.
Good.
Hermit, give me a D4, please.
Oh dear. Please don't let it be full moon.
Well, it goes full and then goes down to 4, which is the new moon. 4, it's a new moon. It is dark as fuck.
Yes!
Okay, so for a lot of you, it is very, very dark. You're very happy to have the dark vision, Jordan, that has been given to you by your druid. Poor
Beaver is a
Thank you,
really
Eva.
good druid.
poor Prime
She's
is being
very
pulled along in the
helpful.
dark and just stumbling over everything. You got this little halfling being led along like a child between a half elf and an orc. You guys have got to sneak across this field. Now, thankfully, this is a group roll.
job.
So what I want is from Hermit.
Wait.
Defrate, and Halfling.
Wait.
Ooh,
Is this a sneak roll?
it is going to be.
Well, then I cast Pass Without Trace.
Here we go. Here we go.
Do we think we need darkness as well, or do you think the
It might be a
pass-
bit overkill.
yeah.
That's
It's
probably
pitch black.
overkill. Okay, so with Pass Without a Trace, it's a concentration up to 1 hour. I roll my dice. Yeah, that's
Okay.
a success. A veil of shadows radiates, shadows and silence radiates from me, masking me and my companions for from detection up to 1 hour. So each creature I choose within 30 feet, so us and the skags, have a plus 10 to dexterity stealth checks.
Wow.
How could this go wrong?
Won't be
Gonna go terribly
attacked
wrong.
by,
No chance.
anything but magical
this.
means.
Yeah. So Hermit, Defrate, and Prime, I can't believe I wrote it down this way. I wrote Hermit, Half-Elf, Defrate, Orc, Halfling, Prime.
Yes.
So,
It's perfect.
Hermit, Defrate, and Prime, please use the exclamation point D20, but do it twice each. And for the rest of you, can I have Jordan roll regular, no advantage? Corinne, because you were coaching and you had a decent roll, you can roll with advantage. For the other two, it's regular rolls, but with a D10.
D10 or just 10?
No, just plus 10.
Plus
Plus
10.
10.
Ooh.
Not D10, sorry, it's plus 10. Did I say D10?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, plus 10. On top of your regular stealth.
How stealthy
So-
is the character?
I figured it out.
Passive Effect
guys.
Trace is insanely good.
It's
So-
insanely good, which is why I decided to change my prepared spells.
Yeah.
Because I am a support character in this campaign.
She's
So-
not gonna
Bagels
melt
and
things.
29.
Say never.
Okay, so ooh,
29.
thankfully you get a second roll, Defrite. We've got 2 from Prime so far, so Prime gets a 12. Hermit
12
second
plus
is a
10.
2, so I think I'll be taking that 10. So
So-
one more from Defrite.
So it's a 22 for Prime. Because of the plus
22
10.
plus what I add to it, but yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Yeah, I add more on top as well.
Yeah. Mine was 22 plus 5, which is 27.
Okay. So
22.
27 from you, and wow, Defrate goes from 5 to 18, so 28
Jeez.
on the dice, and then I have another modifier because I've got basically a little stat sheet for it. I need to do some rolling for the people who are on the lookout for you guys.
Did we get
are
anything
at
under
one with the
22? I don't think so.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I got 29 as well.
Like a well-oiled
Training is
machine.
paid off.
It did.
Like a well-oiled machine, you guys managed to go across the field of sheep, hunched over
Oh, I
figures,
don't have sheep effects.
just kind of going slowly,
Bleating.
like a bunch of sheep silhouettes. A few times they look in your direction, but cannot distinguish you from the rest of the cattle. You get to the main road, which is well lit, and yomp your way across, going from darkness straight through the light into darkness again, unseen by anybody. So you've managed to get out of a potential scene with the shepherd and the warrior that was guarding him. We're going to take a 10-minute break because we normally do that at 9:30 anyway.
yeah.
So we're going to go refill water bottles. I suggest you do the same if you've not been doing so. If you haven't been doing so, what the hell are you playing at? Rehydrate, and we will see you in 10 minutes' time.
See you soon.
See you soon. I just added
See ya.
some sheep spying. Anyway,
That's great.
yeah, see you so very soon. Go on break.
Can
And we're back. Thanks very much for that. I hope everybody's been able to stretch their legs and get some stuff. I'm going with the pirate theme here. I've got some non-sponsored Old Jamaica ginger beer here. Because,
What he means is,
love
please
ginger.
sponsor them.
Yeah, please sponsor me. Please sponsor me. Sponsor me. It's amazing stuff. But sponsor me.
I had to search YouTube for buying, so everybody in the stream, please enjoy sheep pie.
Yeah, I didn't realise that she just quickly flash Googled
Bah.
sheep barring. I was like, okay, that's fine. Because she has no, she's a producer, but she has no idea where I'm going with this. So. Right. So next thing is that you are successfully on the other side of the village. There's a lot of ways this could have gone wrong, but thankfully it hasn't for now.
We're in
And
it. Of course it's gonna go wrong.
You managed to get yourself in the rough area where you're to meet Terran. And you hunker down. Wait for... and you've been told that they will do the whole kind of, 4 o'clock and all's quiet or all's well. And so you hear the bell go off for about 2 in the morning. And you've made good time. Actually, no, it's probably a bit later than that. It's probably like about 4 o'clock. 4 in the morning. And you know that you have to get to wherever you're going to get to hunker down for the day. And so you switch on this little lantern. And it's a little artificer affair. It's got a little crystal in it. You switch it on and you're like, is it working? Is it not working? Not sure. Doesn't give out light, it just gives out magic. Do any of you know detect magic?
Yes.
Okay. For the sake of a 10-minute ritual, you can just suddenly, your eyes flash momentarily, and you look at it, and yep, that's fine. You can see that there's a magical signature coming off the lantern. You do notice that it's wavering in a strange way. That it's only that you're really close to it that allows you to see it. You feel like even if you're using detect magic and you were, say, 40 foot away, you'd struggle to see it.
Yeah.
It seems to be a type of thing that you have to know the frequency to be able to see it at all. It's a MacGuffin. It's a plot device.
It's a plot device.
You hunker down, and you can hear some people kind of moving around, various, again, people who work throughout the night, like the shepherds, and you watch a patrol go past, and they don't seem to pay any mind to you.
It doesn't
And-
exist as far as they're concerned.
Suddenly there's this crunching through the underbrush, and it startles you, because you would have expected it to... You'd expect it to kind of get louder and louder, but suddenly it's just there, 50 foot in the direction of the city. And suddenly this voice starts singing. We be killers, we be thieves, we be scoundrels on the seas. But can you fucking blame us? With governments like these, they will take your family's bread, grind you down until you're dead. An honest man would go and do some pirating instead. You know the song. It's a Forsaken song.
It is.
That's our song.
It's being bellowed out at the top of their lungs. And it's getting closer.
Well,
Well,
that's our signal.
There are people. Let's
I
go.
assume. How far away are they, Simon?
They were 50 foot when you first heard them. They're probably about 40 foot now.
Okay, I'm gonna throw up Tech Thoughts.
Sure. Yeah,
Can
below
we
the spell
see-
slot.
Yep.
Can we see who it is?
Not yet.
No,
Not at
that's
40
what I'm
foot.
finding out.
You can hear them.
Assume.
You're guessing female based on the based on the
Good
voice,
start.
as close as you're able to determine gender.
Yes. And when they come in within 30 foot, I can then start reading their thoughts.
Okay. Uppermost thoughts are: if you're out there, it's me, Tara.
There we go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think I got. Let's see. I got message, so I will send a message to her and say over here.
She doesn't answer back through the message spell. She goes, "It's okay. I put up a wall of silence. Nobody can hear us from a distance of 50 foot from where you are."
Great.
Okay.
Just remember when I say it's down, not to start shouting at each other. And suddenly, exploding out of the bushes are a pair of female Goliath. Terum is wearing a pair of shorts and a breastband, both made out of leather. She's hench as fuck. And she's got a broadsword on her back.
Both Ava and Felicia is having a moment.
She has a
What can I
drum.
say? I'm the ship's emotional support lesbian.
Yeah, I mean, she's full bodybuilder, female Goliath. She's got cornrows that spill down her back, down to her ass. And she's got a drum, kind of like a longish drum, small in cross section at the top, but it's got like a kind of it looks like a kind of a nut, I guess, and like a really elongated barrel, and there's crisscross strings over the body of the drum that if you were to pull it, it would change the tone of the skin, and that's strapped to the small of her back. The second Goliath is slightly less hench, but also wielding a broadsword on her back. And you can see that at her hip she has a set of pan pipes.
Oh, bad.
Hey. Tatum. Yep. Okay, yep. Okay, I'm not seeing anything I don't recognize. College of Swords, by the way, which is why I'm able to put up the.
Yes.
So
it's very good. I tend to work more with obscuring sight than sound, so very appreciated.
well, I managed to deal with being seen. They take one look at, and she flexes, and they know not to mess with me. Physicality in Cantoon takes you a long way.
Felicia, make a Christmas saving throw.
Oh, she's failing me miserably.
Sorry, Karen's married. She says, physicality goes a long way here. You just have to give a little bit of that. But it does mean that every day is either leg day or arm day, I swear. And she cracks her neck and says, but it does mean that we're able to blend in a lot better, especially in a culture that revolves around the Colosseum. I mean, really, the gladiator pits here, everywhere has a gladiator pit. And she points at a structure on the village and she goes, even there, just everything is fight. Even if you're not in the warrior caste, it's ridiculous.
I mean, the only one who would have any luck here, I think, is Dal, pointing out.
Well, we might be able to monopolize that on a different mission, but this time, discretion is the better part of valor.
How long
Right.
does this silence last?
Up to an hour. I mean, I'll drop it in a minute. I just wanted to make sure that you
Do we
knew
need to
it
go
was
somewhere
me.
else?
Hmm?
Do we need to go somewhere else?
Oh yeah. We don't want to stick around here. So I've managed to convince the sailor in question to talk to you, but they're scared. First of all, despite what they say in the taverns, recalling that event scares the bejesus out of them.
Understandable.
Yeah, it's just So, you're going to have to be careful going through their memories. If they burn out, they'll just lock up. We had a bit of a try, but yeah, I think the problem is that I look too Canton. I think you're probably going to have a better chance at it.
Okay, so who are we questioning? What's their name?
Okay, so this is a Kalashta.
Oh, Kalashta. Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the problems.
Yes.
So for those of you wwho don't know, Kalashtar are a psionic race. They can read surface thoughts, and they have a form of telepathy. They're also very, very powerful against any form of mind magic, to the point where, to a certain extent, they can just ignore things like the
mind reading thing
spell.
that Eclipse.
Not
Sharon
Eclipse,
just used.
Sharon, yeah.
Sharon can do,
Yeah.
So yeah, Gren Onagaze,
I would have to
not
push
originally
that.
of Khantoum, but found that they were able to get a way into the warrior caste, which meant that they get easy living here. Not the best person, I have to admit. They are, they are a bit of a shit, to be fair. But recalling this, you can't help but feel sorry for them. They were, let's just say they went through a lot. Some of the story I don't believe, some of the story I do. Just because, why would he? You know, you notice he, they, so interchanging. You'll see. Anyway, we've got a silo that's down on the coast here, just on the outskirts of the city. We should be able to get you there easy enough. I'll do what I can with a ward of silence, but I've got to be careful using magic near the city. They do look out for people using magic to escape the city, especially the Magi Domestica, who get it really bad. So what I recommend is just try to use more of your roguish charms rather than anything else.
Well, that's what my job is. So.
While you officers are quizzing it, there may be something for you, Skags. And you can see that she turns around with a plate teeth grin and says, "This supply depot that we're going to, there's a number of crates and other such things from people who have had their property annexed. Most of the people's property that you'll see there, you won't be able to return it to them. They're dead or as good as dead in the pits. Normally they go through it all and they make it into prizes for some of the smaller gladiator pits. We'll let you have free reign out there and see what you can get. But we'll do that in a minute. You ready to go?"
Of course.
Ready?
There's a popping sound and she goes,
I lower Alphonse's hands as he brings them up. I'm like, no.
Remember your training, Alphonse. Remember your training.
Oh, that was the training.
So you get taken back by a guide, and you can see that there is a large silo that is normally used for grain. By the looks of some of the materials that are outside, it's recently been restructured. So it's obviously fallen foul to the ravages of time. And it's been built back up. A big stone silo with enough terracotta effect. I'm not going to go into what the terracotta effect is, but it keeps the grain cool, even in this environment. And you get led in there, and you can see sat there nervously wringing their hands is a Kalashtar. You can see kind of a non-binary appearance. And footnote, Khantoum is a fucked up oppressive regime, but it's still LGBT
somehow.
Well, it's a fantasy world. Someone can be a dick in one direction, but not necessarily in every direction. Try telling warriors that they can't have a boyfriend. Anyway, you can see that this. You can see with the accoutrement that's around their feet, they are probably leaning in the direction of a ranger. You can see a pair of very sharp scimitars that have been placed on a nearby table, and you can see a repeating crossbow. So this crossbow can do 6 shots before reloading.
We've got chickens as well, because there's some ambient chickens plucking around.
I noticed that. Very good.
Gren is wringing their hands and looking at you very nervously. The second that they lay eyes on you, there's that recognition that the Galaman is with you. The eyes go wide, and suddenly you can see them gritting their teeth, regretting their decision as the Death Spirits has entered the building with you.
Hello there. How are you?
Starting to regret my decisions.
Oh, don't worry.
We all regret something.
Yes, but I had a choice. But
We all
if you're going
Didn't
to
we
listen,
all?
We all
Didn't
do.
we all?
but if you're going to listen, you'll be the only ones who are. Well, for anything less than a good tavern tale.
Well,
Please pull up a sack.
pull up a sack, sit down.
I pull up the sack as well.
Yeah.
Let's get comfy.
The smallest.
I pet a chicken that comes by and then shoot it away.
So,
Yes,
let me
yes,
prepare
the freight,
some tea.
bagels. I will
Yes,
give the
you
freight
have
like
been
a bag of
given your
bagels.
bagels to sit and eat in a corner
Bagel
before
time.
going off.
There are a lot of chickens in this grain salad.
Yes.
thankfully, I can't hear them. I've only got my cell phone. So, you all,
We shoo
Take
the
a seat.
chickens away.
and Gren
While
says,
we sit down, I will prepare some tea or something that will help them calm the nerves. Because I know that tea helps with that, even if I myself do not understand it. I don't get tea.
Gren
I
turns
really
to you and immediately says how they like their tea, talking to you as if you're a servant.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite derogatory.
Yeah,
Black
Please.
and with honey if you have it.
of course.
Please.
I always bring some honey.
And then you can kind of see the cogs turning, and Gren kind of looks apologetic. It doesn't
worry.
actually apologize because not accustomed to apologizing.
The wrong word could get you killed with this one. Watch your tongue a little bit there.
And that's when they do apologize. I'm sorry.
Don't worry,
I-
sweetie.
It's been a while since I've been out of this country.
Yes, it's
Yes, and my friends do tend to exaggerate. Here you go.
just a tiny bit. Not much.
I'm a poisoner. Bon appetit.
See if
He
this will
doesn't have
calm
a
you.
poisoner badge on right now.
Yes, the freight, we know we don't like plants. We have bagels. Eat your
well
bagels.
known that DeFreight had a terrible experience with plants before now and doesn't trust any of them. Yeah, we don't talk about it. So
We just feed them food, especially bagels with some ham and cheese, and they'll be fine.
anything that doesn't look like a plant, yeah.
Yeah.
So, picking off every poppy seed on certain bagels.
So, what do you know?
Look, it doesn't even have a name. A ship without a name. I mean, a few of us started calling it the Interceptor just because that's what it did. It could just catch up with any ship. I mean, we thought we were fine. Look, we had a sloop, right? Big bugger. Yeah, but she was shallow in the water and she had a big sail. Bit of a weird shaped one, but she was built by the Crest Lords. We paid good money for her. We were going great guns, absolute great guns. I was just responsible for just plinking out some of the little raiders that you usually get, Sahurg, Katoa, the usual kind of thing, And I was good. I was good at what I did. You only need a few shots here and there anyway, if they do get on the ship. And they gesture over to the two very, very sharp blades. So I'd seen my fair share of shit, when we first saw the interceptor on the shore, on the horizon, we almost laughed. We could see that it was coming straight at us. We could see it had no colours. We couldn't see the people at the front of the ship using the telescopes to start with. So one of the crew cast Farsight and could see them. They're just beasts of individuals. And I don't mean like, and looks at the Goliath, looks at the orc, and goes, I don't mean like some people, other people, not me, would call some race bestial. I mean like, they had like bones sticking through their neck, and they had like spikes and horns just kind of curling out of like one side of the head but not the other. At first I thought I saw a tiefling. I cast Farsight myself. And saw one, they had like a twisted, almost like an antelope horn coming out one side of the head. I thought it was tiefling that had the other one broken off. And then I could see that they were human, half-elf.
Shifters, maybe? But shifters normally have more symmetrical looks to them.
No. Well, there's no real shifters in Canteen, not that I've heard of anyway. But I don't think that they were them. And they had other things like bone protrusions, spines, just patches of them. It wasn't like all over, it was like haphazard, you know?
Ava, anything in your expertise that can tell us what this might be?
I haven't heard of beasts such as them before, nor have I seen it undead, perhaps? I mean, some summonings could lead to that, I think. May I do a survivor roll or similar wisdom thingy to see what I can remember throughout my travels?
Yeah. So
any rumors?
normally the skill for this is nature.
Medicine.
Yeah. Normally the skill for this is nature. You can choose either, in this case, survival or medicine as an off skill. So an off skill means that the diff is higher, but you can use it. Typically, it's higher by 2. If I allow you to use it.
Well, that is a 22 medicine.
22 medicine. Yeah, you know of a thing called biomancy. This sounds like someone has been practicing biomancy, or the crew has been cursed.
One or two.
Curse or biomancy.
Thank you.
Hello, Valbrith!
Valbrith, thank you so much for the raid!
Yeah.
Hope you're having a great day, sir. This is not the Dark Age campaign that I was telling you about. This is actually a pirate campaign.
Roman,
So,
thank you so much for the
We
follow!
be pirates, we be thieves.
Apparently,
We be
Valbrith is a
sailors on the
toilet.
seas.
He's the
Except for on
toilet.
land,
I don't know
right.
what that means, but fair enough. But yeah, hope you're having a great day, Valbrith, and I'm hoping that where you are, back in my lovely, lovely Wales, is doing the Welsh thing and being damp and cold. Because, oh my God, it's not here. So
Simon is slowly dying, and we have to watch
Really am.
it. Okay.
Yeah. We're drinking lots and lots of water.
Yeah, and then so yeah. You know that these people have either been cursed or there's a form of, as I say, a thing called biomancy, where if a haphazard practitioner tried to enhance somebody using magic, it's very difficult. That's why it's the reason why you don't find many skillful biomancers than a form of wizard. If you don't have the intelligence to do it properly, the side effects can be terrible.
Yeah,
Largely
it's
because
a
it changes your
very-
life pattern.
Yeah.
So if you heal, for example, the guy with the one horn sticking out of his head, if he was to snap the horn off and then he was to be healed by Jordan, the horn would grow back.
Mm.
Yeah? Things along those lines, because as you restore the life pattern, you restore it to what it is. If you change the life pattern permanently, I'm taking a little bit of this from Mage the Awakening, for those who recognize the wording. But yeah, biomancy does that. It's very, very dangerous, and most people don't bother.
Very
The only people who have managed to find reliable ways of enhancing the body through magic are blood hunters, and normally they do it through elixirs and mutagens.
I slapped I like elbowed the freight to wake him up.
Right, making too much noise.
Yes, too much noise.
Yeah, the snoring. Yeah, in the thing.
You're not
So-
getting any more bagels if you keep sleeping.
The vessel caught up with us. It was insanely fast. It had the wind on its side. They did use druids to push the sails as well. We started using the one druid that we had to cast enough breeze to help us along. But it was nothing compared to what that thing was doing. As it got closer, it started to move, and the druid actually disengaged what he was doing and started casting cross breeze, confusing our druid and making our sails less effective. And then they did something that just didn't make sense. They ran up to the masts and pulled a lever. Counterweights went down and all the sails went up. Ordinarily, that would make the ship dead in the water. We fired our first set of cannons, but it didn't matter. They don't use cannons. Turns out the upper part of the vessel, the part that was out of the water, is armored all the way along. They rely on the cannonballs just bouncing off sheet metal, which, again, sheet metal all the way around a ship like that, it shouldn't be able to move that fast.
You shouldn't be able to move at all.
I've seen some of those artificer, the gnomes and a few of the Vardencore lot. They're starting to make those kind of armored vessels, but no, they're slow. You know, they're meant to be floating castles effectively. This thing is faster than anything we had, and the cannons they were just bouncing off. We managed to get a couple of lucky shots onto the deck itself. Hit a couple of the crew. Smeared one of them across the deck. That was the closest that we got to a victory.
Are the masts made of? Well,
No, the masts are just wood, but they pulled the sails up.
Yeah, they
it's
pulled
like
the sails
the
up.
sails are an option for them. It would be nice.
So
I can
strange.
still move that fast without sails and covered in sheets.
We were going as fast as we could. Even with their druid giving interference, we still had full sails. We were still tilting into the wind. We thought that we could still outrun them, although bloody stupid idea considering how fast they caught up with us. I mean, they caught up with us in a matter of hours. We can normally give people, if we see them on the horizon, we've got a good wind at our backs, we can give them a merry chase for days.
Mm-hmm.
And they rammed us.
That's a good question, Nora.
Big
Is their rope
barbs.
noisy?
No.
Okay.
What, you mean like machinery noisy?
Yes.
No.
That's what I was thinking.
Nothing like that. No clanking and stuff. Not like the factories in the and the sawmills. No, nothing like that. It came upon us. Most of the noises was the creaking of timbers and the shouting of them as they were screaming, baying, just like fucking wolves.
What about the
And they crashed
sea
into
around the
us.
ship? Was that abnormal in any way?
Did it seem like they had some kind of water, like the water was like pushing them forwards or something like that?
It was like they were going really fast. You know, it was churning. You know how it is when you're planing. You know, the front of the ship comes up out of the water. You're hitting each of the waves, and it creates a lot of foam. It was churned like that, and yeah, so it was like it was going really fast. But the thing is that we started thinking it must have been magic, but I don't recall seeing any casters. They were all there, just like a huge pack of crazed cannibals or something, waiting to leap on the front from the front of the ship. They didn't even board side on. They just rammed the front of the ship straight in, and they were there. They were just leaping over the prow of the ship.
The ship must be heavy too, so that would have done a lot of damage.
Yeah. We knew that we were
There were
taking on
there were
water
no
right from the start.
They didn't shoot any arrows, no fire.
A couple of them had burning torches. They started setting fire to our ship pretty much straight away. We got out our cutlasses. Some of us were casting spells. Some of us even had black powder weapons. So we were a fairly well-to-do ship.
Mm-hmm.
We killed some, which is not enough. They just spilled over us like a tide. They would attack with some of them weapons, some of them just with teeth and claws. Some of them had claws. There were, I guess, some races that I could recognize. Some were originally pointing at pointing at Defrate. Originally orcs, but as twisted as all the other races. Some were tieflings, some were human. Didn't see any dwarves. Saw only one or two elves. Don't know if that helps.
Biomancy then.
And they just came in goring and ripping.
The ones
They-
you noticed that you killed, did they stand back up?
No. As I say, we turned one of them into a smear. I managed to shoot a couple of them as they were spilling off the edge of the ship, and they were dead. Believe me, they were dead.
Okay.
I cut
Makes this
a
so
few
down.
down myself before one of the ones with the torches ran into the powder room.
And then they blew it up.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
waited long enough to pick up some of my shipmates and pull them back onto the ship. And as I saw the last of them get back onto their ship, I dove off the back of it. One of the barrels had already fallen off the side. We were using it to keep in salt cod, but that one, thankfully, was empty. I clutched onto the barrel, and I was at sea 3 days before they picked me up. Thankfully, the sea is my place. I'm not on it much anymore because of those memories. Okay, here's the bit where you're going to call me insane.
Probably not.
Not yet?
Oh, don't worry. We've been called a lot worse.
When I jumped into the sea, something hit me. Something big.
Mm-hmm.
It must have been the size of a table. More. I don't know what it was, but it was organic.
Was it like a
Some
tentacle?
form of creature?
I don't know, it just
Ben?
hit me. It just hit me. It swiped me to the side. I lost my barrel for a bit, and I was ignoring it, and I just was swimming for the barrel.
How shallow?
Something big hit me.
How deep were the waters you were in?
Oh, deep. Yeah,
Deep, okay.
really, really deep. Yeah, I mean, that's what they say, isn't it? They don't go for you in shallow water. It's always in deep water.
Okay, so they always go for you in deep water. Okay.
you
So
thinking
I've been
what
told
I'm
from the
thinking,
few people
sister?
who have heard the tale. I wouldn't know. We were in deep water at the time. We were in a major shipping lane at the time.
Okay.
We're changing up the shipping lanes now and trying to find alternative routes because the interceptor just takes its pick. Anyway, there's probably things that you want to know that I have forgotten to tell you. So, you got any questions?
Can you tell us whereabouts where did this happen?
We were shipping between here and Jaspera. So you know Jaspera is to the south,
Yeah.
and it is a land of sand and rock. It's almost completely barren. There's very little farming there, and as a result, it imports. Normally, it imports any form of vegetation, fruits, things like that. It's ruled by different tribes, and those tribes are all very separate to each other. Some of the tribes are nice. Some of them even practice slavery, and are not nice. Some of them are more xenophobic. Others are just trying to get by.
Yeah, none
pretty
of
much
us
have only
like
formed-
Jaspera the Freight.
Jaspera is, it's an uninhabitable place, but it's a place that people can have sovereign over land, and so, and other people were born there, and they don't have anywhere else to go. So some of the tribes have got together just out of mutual defense. And you'll find that the tribes, new ones pop up all the time. Other tribes kind of intermarry and kind of and pop together, and then others get obliterated and made extinct. And that it's not a nice place. You probably would have gone there once or twice in previous missions.
Yes, that is not a good place. What I'm curious about, did they seem to target anyone that they were dragging on board their ship? You said they took people.
Or was
Just
it-
whoever they could get their hands on.
Okay.
No discrimination for gender, race, or
No,
anything similar?
they killed indiscriminately, and then those that were kind of not dead, I guess, defeated but not dead, they just kind of slung them. And they slung them like barrels. Some of them must have had incredible strength. They just threw them like cargo onto the other ship.
Mm-hmm.
The thing. You were hit by something when you fell in the water, yes.
Yes.
Yes. As a Kalashtar, could you detect any sort of like brain activity, not brain, but like any sort of intelligence coming from whatever hit you?
I have to admit, it didn't even occur to me to look.
Okay.
There was a lot going on. I wasn't looking for any one consciousness. I mean, if I was hunting someone down, I did a bit of a bounty hunter gig when I was younger. I would have used that to track down a consciousness so that I knew where my quarry was going. But no, when you're attacked by that many people, you don't even bother. You're just picking out targets.
But this thing, it didn't try and finish you off. It didn't try and kill you. It just let you go. Is that right?
Oh, the thing that hit me.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even think it knew I was there. I think it just thought I was a piece of flotsam.
Any kind. When it hit you, could you feel kind of? Did it feel like it was like some sort of solid, like wood, metal, or did it feel organic?
The thing that hit me was organic.
Yeah.
I got my craft from hunting. I know it was an organic thing. I mean, the way it hit me, it felt kind of almost a little leathery, almost a bit scaly. I don't know. Again, my mind's not great at that kind of detail.
Yeah, the Freight has some questions.
Did they have a leader? Yeah. There was somebody at the back, creature in robes, and they had these strange kind of tentacles in front of their mouth. There was just kind of writhing, a horrible kind of purple head. I wasn't. I'd never seen anything like it before. Just
Illithid.
terrible creature. Just
Indeed.
see, Corinne knows that it's an illithid, but your character has never seen one before in her life.
Can I make some sort of check?
You need to make a roll, or you can't say that.
Yeah.
You can give me an Arcana, Religion, History, any of
I
those.
can do a
three.
religion check.
I can also do an Arcana check because you can do a religion check to know.
I will allow you to roll separately, but only no advantage. But you can roll separately.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll do Arcana.
Good question to fight.
Very good question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 10.
I got a 16 plus 4, so dirty 20.
Yep, you've heard. They're mostly stories that you tell kids to go to sleep at night and not fuck about all the illithid will come after you. Also, kind of tales to tell children not to go exploring into caves and things like that.
Yeah.
For the most part, it's
Yes, here, bagel.
You can have a bagel.
Another bagel.
Good orc, have a bagel.
Yeah.
And,
I'm telling you, positive reinforcement is the best way to secure loyalty.
It's working.
It's working.
yeah, look, you got a card-carrying member there. Police. What did you call it?
Illithid.
Illithid. Never heard of it.
Mind
It's a
Flayer.
story-
Also known
It's
as
passed
Mind
between
Flayers.
the sea folk.
It's usually stories you tell to children about the caves and the dangers of the Underdark.
It's probably not one of the approved stories by the princes. But bear in mind that you can only tell your children's stories from approved books. So
Right.
yeah.
Right. Cool.
And I didn't hear it from from before I came to Cantu. So
They are, as far as I know, reclusive. Tends to They are. Do I know that they are hive mind?
No.
No.
Highly kept secret of the Illithid. Yeah, even public knowledge that you have access to is that you'll just about know that they suck up brains.
Yeah. They feed off
You don't know much
intelligence.
about the socio-political climate of the Illithid. The
You
government
know of
structure
them
and things.
and that they're dangerous. And
Yeah.
You've heard of them.
Yeah, they
They're
tend
the
to feed
boogeyman.
off intelligence.
But he wouldn't have had much off me.
take-
I've always been more of a doer.
Yeah. And they have a thing where they take over. I think the stories include them like taking over bodies and like making you into one of them.
You could see impaling. Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't seem to be appreciating you adding to their nightmares. Yeah. you can see there's a certain amount of PTSD going on here. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, I got attacked, and saw all my friends being killed by a bunch of, mutant cannibals who had a squid-headed captain, and I got hit by the ship. Yeah, there's a certain amount of, oh my god. Anything else? I mean, I know some details have got to be important to you guys, but I just don't know what would be important.
Well,
Were you the only one? Were you the only one that got out there alive?
My knowledge.
Sorry.
we are sorry for your loss.
Well, they were friends. It's not as if I'd lost family or anything, but it's not so much the loss as the horror that I've had since. I mean, every night I do the same thing. I relive jumping off the ship, seeing that cruel, jagged tooth of a battering ram being hit by some big.
the battering ram had teeth on it.
Nah, it was like a big metal serrated tooth kind of thing, like slightly curved and stuff. But it was all metal. It was just stylized, I guess. And then being hit by that, whatever the fuck that was. I mean, maybe they got like a giant squid or something to pull them along or something.
Yes.
I mean, maybe I got hit by a
along
giant
those
squid.
lines.
Yes.
That's probably all it is.
Did you only see one mind flayer on the ship, or is several?
I saw that the captain had tentacles.
Yes.
That's it. Weapons they had. They were mostly using melee. Some of them threw their weapons, like throwing axes, knives, like short spears and javelins and things. But they didn't do it. They didn't have any finesse, and they gesture over to the repeating crossbow, which is a piece of martial artistry, and says, "Nothing like my lot would have."
Mm-hmm.
How many were there?
Probably about 30.
That's not as many if they've been. Do you know how many ships have been attacked in this area recently? You mentioned they've been prowling that route.
One every 5 to 8 days.
The ship.
And that was, I mean, this happened to me months ago, about 7 months ago now. So they've been churning out, 6, 7 ships a month.
Do they? They must come. And you haven't had any reports of them ever coming to shore.
No. I know that they've changed a lot of the shipping lanes now. Specifically, they pretty much all of the direct routes are out of bounds now. Nobody's willing to risk it. That's like 5 or 6 ships. It takes months to make a ship. 5 or 6 ships
We are well
a
aware.
month. There's a deficit of ships now getting to Jaspera. Jaspera's crying out for more fruit, more vegetables. The people are starving as a result of this. There's only so far they can get on sheep and whatever cattle that they can raise there, which is very little. I mean, and they pull what they can from the sea. They feed their cattle kelp. They're crying out for food, but the problem is that the only safe route now is to go right round to the other side of Jaspera and come in just on the one side.
Which is takes longer. We're people of the sea, so we are well aware how much work
Yes,
goes into ships.
It takes longer. I mean, as long as if you're a shipping company, you can just have regular regular vessels going there. So the time it takes to get there is less of a problem. The bigger problem is, well, I don't want to say mercenary, although I've been a mercenary. But it's costing the people in Jaspera quite a lot of money, actually, because if you think about it, we can only get to about 2 or 3 ports. They've kind of got a monopoly now out of this circumstance, so they're charging a ton for this food. They, because it's the only place where we can sell it, we sell it at base prices. But because there's a demand for it in the country, they're making a fortune on fruit and veg.
Yes.
They were already, but now it's ridiculous. Now they've got a stranglehold over anybody who wants that kind of stuff. I mean, we were taking over pickled vegetables. We were taking over dried fruits and things like that. Anything that we could use to fill up our hold, because it was always a good run.
The ship, was it deep in the water, or was it quite did it look like it was heavy set, or that it would look lighter than it should be?
I'm gonna roll.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it didn't look like it was low in the water. When somebody's taken on a heavy load and it sits low in the water, but it did seem like it went low in the water. It wasn't sitting low in the water, but it looked like it went low in the water, like it had a really deep hull.
With oars?
No. Well done. Yeah, that was a weird thing. I don't think I saw any oar ports.
Oh.
Well, if they were under the water, does that even work? No?
It would be possible.
You can flatten the blade, cut the water, straighten the blade, and then pull. But
That's a lot
underwater,
of work.
that'd be really difficult. Not to mention, you'd be drowning the people who were swimming.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
because you need you would just be letting in water, but it looked like it had a deeper hole than. So, did they?
I suppose that depending on what people were, beneath the surface.
People with fins, or
the ship,
like
what
tentacles.
the metal plates. Was it like a normal boat shape, or did it seem to buckle in weird places?
I haven't seen many armored ships, so it looks regular ship shape to me. In fact, a lot of the build looks like it was a Meridian ship originally before they started putting lots of stuff on it.
That's strange.
I would say it was probably maybe a Meridian Caravel or a Meridian Brigantine when they started.
Yes, any as the freight just asked. And
We asked
strange.
that earlier.
Only the baying and screaming of those beasts. Some of them were really loud.
And they didn't talk. There was no language.
They laughed. I remember some of them laughing, and some of them had I guess a guttural tongue. Just nothing I recognized.
Good point to freight.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's why we should keep awake to freight.
Yeah. You guys are in the investigation stage, so sorry, you're interviewing this guy.
The freight is the worst skag. No,
He's
the freight is
worst
the
skag.
best skag.
He's done great.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job.
Yeah, he's been
keeping
throwing some really
me
good
too.
things in. And it's one of the things I wanted to start doing, role-playing games that are made specifically for Twitch now, where you can just bring some of the viewers along and they get to be part of the action.
Yeah. Yes.
I just, anything else? I'll rack my brains for whatever if you can help.
Yes, it seems like my theory.
The attacks, do they happen at a certain time that you know of?
Any pattern to them would be greatly
Mostly-
appreciated.
Daytime, actually. Now that you mention it. Yeah. Mostly daytime.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, because it would seem like they would have an advantage during night.
Especially a ship that big.
Well, they
It
can
doesn't
catch
look
up with you
small.
all so easily that I guess they don't need stealth.
The freight has another question.
Well, I kind of kept the barrel between me and the ship because I was hiding. Out of character, stealth check. If you ever end up with your ship destroyed and you are hanging onto a barrel, don't be facing the ship. Have the barrel between you and the ship because then they can't see your head.
What barrel?
Um,
What barrel? What?
yeah.
Me
This
and
range-
Ava, what barrel?
This ranger had preferred terrain is the sea, so he knew very well just to hold this barrel in front of them.
What there? You swim deep and then walk along the ocean floor until
Yeah.
you get where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
What did I see? What did I see as they were going away? There was laughing, there was celebrating, there was screaming from some of those that they had on board. And then, gonna roll for the NPC.
Yeah.
Hold our thumbs.
17.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was weird. It was like the waves. The current under the water was kind of waving backwards and forwards. I mean, the waves were going up and down, but it was kind of like that. You know what? I think that ship was being propelled.
Yes, and I think that they've got something trapped in the hull of the boat.
That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, whatever hit you was the thing they've got trapped under there.
And the plates seem more like a prison rather than protection for the ship.
Yes,
Some sort of beast.
some sort of beast, perhaps.
But that ship was huge. There's no beasts that big.
Oh yes, there are.
Oh dearie,
There's
you
a
haven't
few.
been that deep in the ocean yet.
No.
I mean,
Take
okay,
some-
there's whales, but it couldn't have been like a whale.
The whales live further up than that.
As you see, I am a Triton that is from the deep seas. There are many creatures. That,
He looks at you and goes, "Sorry, miss," and they do look completely contrite. I must admit, I've never seen your kind before.
that's fine.
It's because they usually don't come up.
Yes, we are not very often on the surface.
But maybe you've seen something that could have pushed this along. But I'd
We
say
have
that
ideas at the very
even a
least.
whale would have probably struggled to push its weight and that through the water, and at that speed.
Well, I assume you've seen more of the magical creatures around this realm.
Full disclosure, the only magical creatures I've ever seen is in the fighting pits.
Okay. Well, there are a lot more out there. Especially in the seas.
The deeper you go, the stranger creature becomes by the standard that the surface dwellers set. Either way, your help has been greatly appreciated, and we have so many thoughts now that we probably need to sort them out. If you remember anything, we will be here for a few more hours. So anything you can think of will be such a great help.
I'll stick around here until morning.
Do you want some more tea?
kind of
Bagel.
deflated. This warrior, this hardened sea ranger, just looks at you and goes, just 1,000-yard stare, and just seems to be kind of muttering under their breath, trying to remember anything else that they can get to help you. In the meantime, Terem and I didn't generate the wife. Hang on, let me generate the wife as well.
The what?
Please.
Okay, Aleka Wolfshard. Fucking love the name. Yeah, Aleka Wolfshard.
That is a good name.
It's a good name.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get this spreadsheet up and running, but now that it's here, I'm kind of pleased.
Kinda.
How are you spelling that?
Alekka.
Okay, would have guessed that.
And yeah, it's kind of generated. And then Wolf Shard.
Do they not have the same last name as their wife?
No.
Probably a cultural thing.
Yeah, if you know anything about the fucking Goliaths, yeah, their background is very important to them. So, yep. Okay. So you can see that Terem turns round to the Skags and says, "I want to talk to this lot. So, Aleka, go show them the little raiding bit that I told you about." And Aleka kind of gives her a little wink. And I would like Defrate, and because Hermit's gone, but I'll get Hermit to do it another time. Hermit's in quite a lot. So Defrate and Prime, can you exclamation mark loot twice?
Ooh.
You loot, you get
Go on,
loot.
guys.
Coming along and helping.
Yeah,
Great,
you're getting
deserve
loot for helping.
Okay,
Look
so 5 silver pieces in Prime's pocket as you get, you rifle through and find a decent silver nugget. A pouch of coin with 10
Ooh.
copper pieces for Defrate.
That's it.
Go again,
Well done.
Prime.
Oh, you get loot twice each. Oh.
Yeah, twice each. Yeah.
Ooh.
You get chased by an angry cat, so nothing that time. And
How many bagels can you get for 10 copper? I'd say 5.
Oh, but you got 20 copper.
a copper ingot as well. So yeah, you've got 20
Oh,
copper on you
that's-
already.
Is that Aura, though? Oh,
No, it
Yeah.
was.
Or I just
Cat-
did a
cat thing,
an
yeah,
emote.
that's right.
And for all the amazing questions, one more loot for you, Defrate.
Yeah, you did really well.
Yeah.
Totally
And you did
deserve
not get chased by an angry cat.
Yeah, I'm adding more failures in. I try to add them on a 1-to-1 basis, pass fail. It's not quite 50-50, but yeah. You find a series of books.
Oh!
Okay, so yeah, Defrate, write down that you have a series of books that you've lugged into a sack. You can remind the characters at any point that you have a certain set of books on you when they're trying to answer a question or do some research or something like that. And who knows, the books might come in useful.
Ooh.
I can't read that.
Great!
Brilliant.
That
Like,
is
oh,
good
that's the
storytelling.
thing with the
Very
kid,
good.
like, it's the weird things that people, like, look at sometimes.
Yeah!
Check to see if
Maybe.
it has
Any good?
pictures.
Is this any good? Is this any good?
I've suddenly remembered
Maybe
that
I can get food if I give them that.
I'd trade you a book for a bacon. I'm suddenly reminded of Elder Scrolls and the ABC for barbarians. So, yeah, please note down, because I'm not going to note down the stuff that you have and things like that. But some of the players may note down that you've got it, because they may turn around and say, "Hey, remember those books you got?"
Nice.
So, yeah, with your minions in tow, you can see that They come back very pleased with themselves. Defrayed with this fucking huge sack. Got some stuff.
How many bagels?
How many bagels do I get?
And an angry cat just like.
Yeah.
I don't have a cat sound.
Oh, you don't have an angry cat sound.
No.
Y-
I have
your-
dogs
your-
barking.
Failing.
Your title as Mad Cat Lady is in danger. So you can see that they are agonizing over something. So I'm going to give you. I think you did pretty well in this scene. So I'm going to roll a number of d20s that I believe that you were that good at, and to see if there's
Sweet.
any questions
Good.
that just
At
occur.
something. Oh my.
Oh my, we did something without fucking it up.
Double 7. Sorry, guys. Yeah, you
Aw.
just watch as Glenn deflates their head in their hands, and they start weeping into their hands.
No.
Yeah.
I'm
Let
gonna
it
try
all
to cheer
out.
them
You're
up.
gonna need it.
If you
It's
It's
need,
better to cry than to hold it in, despite what some will tell you.
oh my god.
Not only am I
Never
here
quite-
to find out the ship that killed all your friends, I'm also going to work on your toxic masculinity whilst we're
I am a excuse you, emotional support lesbian. Thank you very much.
So, Terran takes you off to one side, whilst Aleka starts comforting Glenn and also kind of divvying out some food to the skags.
Plants are
And
gone.
and the I'm starting to like you.
Made him cry with plants.
And Terran says, "You know what's occurring to me throughout all of that?
What?
This thing about all the ships having to change course, so they're only coming in on one part of Jaspera. That it's almost that if that was done deliberately, that would have been something that would profit a lot of people. Maybe this ship, this interceptor, has."
Especially if
Sponsors.
it's not changing its route to harass the ships that are now switched to where they're
Well,
going.
they're taking such wide berths by the sound of the description that Glenn gave us that they're all taking like random wide arcs out of the way so that they're mixing it up so that it's harder to find them.
Well, what is in Jaspera that where the ships are going to now? Who is at that port that all the ships are being kind of rerouted to?
Terem goes over to her sack, kind of a rucksack. Because you're going to be here all day. You're kind of hunkering down in this spot, and pulls out a map and goes, "Okay, well, it's this kind of. If they were curving around, they wouldn't go. They would have already lost ground, so they wouldn't have gone further down the coast. They would have gone to the first bit that they could come in for. I guess it would be here, here, and here. Okay, so that's 2 of the Jasperan tribes. But this one here doesn't make sense. This is the Shattered Soul, the Rosali. The Rosali are scholars. They're magic wielders. They don't really hold much in the way of holdings. They normally pay other tribes to defend their lands. And that's why the Bitter Sun Horde, known as the Peltara, are all around here. So, yeah, in this case, the Rosali have got the Peltara to just guard their towers and their various ghettos. Yeah, this is all Bitter Sun Horde. They're not exactly the most intelligent. They're mostly violent. I mean, I would have expected this from, I don't know, the Tenakahi, the giant snake clan, or maybe the Chronodoli, the Risen Skull clan, but yeah.
Well,
They-
But then
Responsible.
again, if you said the scholars don't have the means to protect themselves, what if they try to create the means to protect themselves?
we've seen evidence of magic, biomancy.
Well, I was about to say they don't have their own navies. The coasts are largely protected in terms of the clans by the Brightwing clan, the Bokobra, the Voices of
even
Freedom.
the ship was not from there, from Kantun.
It's a Miss
all of
Meridian
it
ship.
is from different places, and the people are so twisted. They've probably been taken from the ships they raided, and
Is
then
this ship sponsored
used.
by the Jasperans? That doesn't make sense.
No, and the thing
Unless
is,
it's
the captain
Tribes
was,
choking off other tribes, maybe?
but the captain was a
seem like it.
mind flayer, which makes no sense because they don't normally. They are found in caves and dark places, not on the sea.
Oh no.
Has anyone else seen the captain that have lived to tell the tale, or is it just you?
Glenn looks up and goes, I've not spoken to anybody else who's survived them. Only people who have heard tales from other survivors.
Has anyone else ever mentioned the look of the captain before?
Not really. I hadn't really focused on it myself. I mean, they were all mutated, so when I
Yeah,
mentioned
they-
tentacles, I thought it was another mutation until you said differently.
It's
Of course.
once you know of it, it's quite distinctive. With the
Oh, I'm sure, but it also makes a great disguise if you're trying to be scary.
yeah.
As you can see, you saw them, and you was obviously not happy to see how they appeared. And you
This is
obviously
what-
couldn't discern where they were from.
Now, what I'm most concerned about is the illithid that was on the ship.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not an issue. All I'm saying is, if it was perhaps a crew from Jaspera, they could be using a disguise, because they did have druids anyway. They could have been doing other things to make themselves look different, because now you don't know what faction they belong to.
That is very true.
That is quite high level magic being able to maintain that during a fight.
Or simply,
I'm a warrior. I'm a hired sword. I'm not trained for this shit.
I'm afraid we're dealing with some high magic stuff here.
One way or another.
Am I right that the Rosali are mages? It's just
Tarim turns around and says, to a man. In the Rosali, you are either the partner of a mage, or the servant of a mage, or the child of a mage. And if you don't have any magical prowess of your own to be able to join one of their various cabals, then you start to slip down the ranks and you start looking at the other tribes.
so
They're not so much
if
a
they-
tribe as an organization, they just call themselves a tribe because that's what Jasperans break up into.
Yeah.
They have their own sigil, they have their own creed, they have their own tribes that are allied to them.
it's more
So-
useful for them.
The tribes that are allied to them aren't great. They're downright assholes, frankly. The Bitter Sun Horde, for example, their preferred method of torture is to stake you out and let the sun take you.
Nice. But would they have the means to, I don't know, enslave an illithid? What was that what you called it?
I don't know.
That is a good.
They can use magic. Magic is fairly rare in Jaspera. You get naturals, obviously, but the only wizards that you'll find in Jaspera will be the Rosali. They're the only people who have any kind of anything approaching an arcane university.
Of course. And that would mean they will be the ones who will profit the most.
Most of their imports would be magical reagents that they can't get there. Particularly anything to do with herbs or organics. As I say, Jaspero's a fucking rock.
And considering how much you can do with just the smallest bits, by completely taking over the trade routes, they are essentially creating a monopoly on anything of value.
I mean, if they're magical enough, they could have essentially summoned the Illithid or somehow made contact with them and offered them a deal to go and collect as many mines as possible on there.
Well, we have all day to talk about it. Let's make sure that all of the boards and things are up. I've commissioned this silo for the next 3 days, so we shouldn't have anybody coming up and dealing with it. You're going to hear workmen and things like that nearby, but most of the labourers around here, they know not to. And once again, there's this little flex, not to talk to my kind. So we should be able to use this fucked up place to keep ourselves out of trouble's way. We'll keep an eye on Glenn in the meantime.
Good.
And you don't mind sticking around for a day, do you, Glenn? And Glenn just looks up at me. They just nod as if to say, no, that's fine. So okay. We'll hunker down for today. You can ask whatever questions occur to you as well.
Yes,
And if you need any particular maps or anything, one of us can go out and get them. We can get other kinds of information for you as well.
Good.
And then when the sun sets, we'll see you back to your pickup point.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And that's where we're going to leave that here, because we are at 11 o'clock.
Ooh.
Already?
Already?
Yeah,
Indeed.
3 hours flies by, man.
Welcome to Chaotic. Time goes a lot faster for some
I'd like to say-
unknown reason.
Yeah, for some reason. I would like to say a big thank you to Felicia, Corinne, Jordan, and Danny for their story today. It's been my pleasure. I'm Simon, your DM, to be DMing you today. And a particular thank you to our, well, if I forget any of the mods, I think at the moment it's only Aura and, Prime and Minion who were in today as our mods. Kate a little bit earlier. And a big thank you to Sabai, Defrate,
Hermit,
and any of the rest of you who had jumped in and decided to become part of the game. We will hopefully pick up more skags on our adventures as we go along. And if you can think of any prospective skags that would like to join in, and
send them
make
our
chat
way.
even more chaotic, then do so.
Yes.
Yep. And join the way back. Yep, the way back needs you. Definitely.
Yes.
So we're going to leave it there. Our next game is tomorrow at 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. again, as we blast off into space with Felicia, Corinne, and Ed at the moment. Still kind of figuring out who our fourth player is going to be. As we join in on Star Wars Legends of the Sprawl using the Genesis Edge of the Empire system. Previously on the Star Wars adventure, they started getting a more information on the strange Sith/Jedi artifact, a cult called the I'm going to mess it up because I haven't got the notes in front of me. Generaci? Is that right, Felicia?
Where?
Gensarai. Gensarai, that's it. The Gensarai cult. And the possibility of using it against Darth Solaris, a Sith apprentice who wants to become the master and somehow they ended up tripping over the machinations. So we're going to see what happens there as their preparations start to grow. And then after that, of course, we will on Friday have 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. our long-running D&D campaign, The Benefactor, which will be up to episode 84. We're hurtling towards 100 as the characters enjoy a little bit of downtime before the next world event happens.
Yes.
Well, downtime and downtime. We are going to Skullra within the next few sessions.
And we are gonna die.
Yep, so...
No, we are not.
You get one more session, and then you're going to Skullra, and we start...
I mean, we might
Byron's
go...
naming day, which... oh my god. Yeah.
It's all gonna go downhill from there.
I actually have to book a meeting with Felicia to kind of go through all the whys and wherefores and all the rest of it, because Atul Zaran was a part of Skullra that I just handed over to Felicia when she made her glorious glory. Glory Tezcatlipoca and the entire Tezcatlipoca family, and then she made a black dragon called Freynier and all the rest of it. And so Atul Zaran, a whole district of Skullra. Skullra, for those of you who don't know, is part of Illyria, the same world that this adventure is taking place in. And Skullra is run by dragons. Oh yes, DeFrake, we will be continuing the pirate adventure Mondays. So the next 9 Mondays, 8 a.m. till 11 p.m. Sorry, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Yeah.
I'm doing that again.
UK time.
UK time. So that's whatever the fuck it is now. British summertime. It feels like we're in British summertime. British summertime.
I assume so, thinking
Yes.
the heat.
So 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. BST. So we will be doing that. So I will be DMing 3 times a week, playing 0 times a week for the next 10 weeks. But yeah, we're hoping that we'll be able to throw
You
some
signed up for this yourself. We need more
To be
DMs.
fair, I am my own worst enemy. So yeah, when it comes to things like this. And I've still got a whole list of Genesis campaigns that I want to do as well. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We are never running out of
playing.
campaigns. Don't worry about that, guys. Just join us every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday for more.
Yes.
At this
And
exact
anyone
time.
who knows, well, especially to Jordan and Dan, if you have any interest for the Star Wars stuff and stuff, just let Simon know, and then he can either
Yeah. So at the moment, the Star Wars slot is open only for Chaotix at the moment. So that's people who have been in previous games. So if you've been in previous games, then you'll be considered. If you are interested, still contact me. Chaotix started off with a bunch of near strangers getting together. I didn't know the lovely Kate Madison before coming here. I didn't know the lovely Nick before coming here either. And a lot of these others as well. I'd only heard of Jordan because he knew him beforehand.
We've been old friends here.
Yeah.
You can be friends too.
Yeah. Hooray!
Join our Discord.
Yes, join the
this
Discord
Discord.
below. That's very important. I'm procrastinating because I'm trying to find someone to raid. If you haven't guessed. I'm not finding anybody. So at the moment, does anybody? We've got Table Story and Encounter, but we do them all the time.
We
does
do
anyone in
raid them
chat,
all the time.
Have a suggestion for a raid, or any of the players, in fact.
It's like, oh, they look at that's art. That's us.
Yes, raid us.
Yes.
Let's go.
It's like, oh, there's a big character. Oh, that's us.
I mean, we do have the lovely Jenny, who is classy librarian. We could go for that. If you want.
Oh yeah, that's Ray Jenny.
Oh.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah,
that.
that
Okay.
works.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I just need to go back to the dashboard. Or do you want to do it, producer?
No, go for it, because
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I look at the art first to see if anyone looks decent in their setup.
If they're
yeah.
worthy.
Oh, they were.
Yeah, I'm gonna be absolutely honest. There are not many in the tabletop community that use good UIs.
Yeah, I think like we have one of the more cleaner looks, and I'm surprised we don't get more viewers because we look really good.
We deserve it, damn it. We deserve it.
We look better than most of the other people. So
We're just so
I'm not saying that just because I made all the
we look pretty. I know the
Well
artist, but we
biased.
are prettier. Right. Okay. In that case, let's start collecting up for the raid. So yeah, if you want to click to join the raid, and when we hit 10, I'm going to do it straight away. So
We actually have 11 people.
that we're good. So off we go.
Yeah.
Thank you again, everybody, and we will see you tomorrow or Friday or next Monday, depending on where your interests lie. Good night.
Good
Bye
night.
bye.
Bye.
Well
And I'm
done.
going to switch over to Jenny and put the sound on because it won't be the sound of me anymore.
She says, if you want him, come and clean him. It's super cool. Oh my gosh, we're getting a
Because I don't go with the rest of the raid. I start the bloody raid, but it won't take me over
Hi.
because I'm in the dashboard.
That's crazy.
So I have to
Hello.
schlep it over there
Better
myself.
than I expected.
Hi.
Yeah,
Really well.
I was really pleased. Yeah, I mean,
watching.
the problem is you have to really
folks.
thin it down
Welcome.
if you want
We're
it to
just playing
guarantee
Witcher
to get
3.
to where you're
Hello.
going to get to in the session.
Hello.
It's
Oh
only
my gosh.
combats that are going
Like,
to be.
how many of you I know in
um,
person right now, and I don't know your usernames? You don't have to say your names
Yeah,
in
I
chat,
hope we
but
got to where
those of
you
you I know
were
in person,
expecting
hi.
in one second.
Guys,
Yeah,
there is a parallel
yeah,
D&D
absolutely,
group
I'm,
raiding right now, so
I'm
anyone
really
who
pleased
knows
with where
me
we got to.
IRL, let me
I
know.
love the idea of the audience participation.
Hello.
I thought it was
Yeah.
really, really cool.
Hi.
I couldn't
you
like,
don't-
I couldn't see how it was going to work, and it was great. I thought it was.
Nice
I
to
think
know
when we're on a
your
boat
username
and once you do
on
the
Twitch.
cannon thing,
You'll get cleaner
it's
as
going to
well.
be so
You'll get
much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
We'll
The
get
people
more
learn the
used
system.
to including them, and
Yeah.
they will be.
Right, we're playing Witcher.
They will get
we're
more
clearing out
used to
the
being
under 30
included, and even
quests,
keeping
before
each
we get into,
other
like, the
company
end
and
game
talking
of
to
the
each
main
other
plot.
and stuff like that, which I
Yeah.
think will be
Chilling out.
really good.
It was a brilliant
Such a good
idea.
Welcome, guys.
But yes, what do you guys think it is?
But anyway,
Release the Kraken!
So yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course it's a Kraken again, because
Except
we can't
it's-
have enough Kraken.
Well, there's one big Kraken which we know is the Kraken, but
Either way,
Release a Kraken.
a reference
part of me really wants it to be that
Housekeeping
little tiny
Castle.
turtle that's just
It
got
feels like
enlarged
it.
on it or
We've
something.
done
yeah.
That turtle you
Feels
polymorphed,
everywhere.
it's still back. It's coming back.
Listen, just want to look around.
And it's now got a ship and a crew.
I like the idea of turning people into small things. That's why I want to get a bag of devouring on Glory.
Oh, Geralt!
Because once you polymorph them, you can just put them in
Drop
it,
it in.
and the bag will literally
We've got
eat
an
them.
Ifrit,
I
a
hope
level
you know
30
that's
Ifrit.
after
The whole,
Okay,
you're a
so
hamster,
that's
and
elemental.
you're a hamster, and you're a hamster.
Because on one hand, I can melt
Assume
people
elemental.
with
I'm gonna
acid,
assume fire.
but
is most
also I can
effective.
turn
We're
them
gonna
into
quite
small
like
fuzzy
pets, and
animals
we're gonna
and feed them
get
to my
easy
bag.
quests.
Yeah.
Inventory.
It's just the last thing, you know. It's like if being killed by acid, quite possibly one of the slowest ways of dying, is not torturous enough for you, being turned into a pathetic little creature and then just being dropped into a opening wall.
Put some elemental oil on their
Although technically speaking, she doesn't need a bag of devouring,
Guys, did you guys have fun? What are you playing?
and she hasn't figured it out yet, and I don't really want to tell her.
I don't know. What are you doing? How is?
But she's played enough Don't Starve Together that she should already figure it out.
I turn you into an anchovy.
I mean, the bag of devouring specifically eats people, and it like it doesn't have the disadvantage with bag of holding where people can like get out. Like the bag of devouring is like eat.
Actually, what I thought of won't work. I just realised. I was like, you can turn them into a little hamster and then feed them to Jerome, but Jerome will bite them and they'll just
That's what I
turn
was
back
thinking.
into something.
Yeah.
Whereas a
That's what I was
bag of
thinking,
devouring will
Stan,
actually
yeah.
suck them through into the extra plane gut of the bag. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually been looking into it. Ways to make the polymorph spell even more OP than it already is.
one of my favourites is a tag team polymorph and catapult. But I looked at the fine wording and you can't do the whole thing where you go, you're a hedgehog. Catapult. Yeet.
Let's see, 30. Is that doing
Although I love the one time that I used catapult because I was playing Boomer, my artillerist artificer, and Corinne went up and used she was a battle tactic fighter, and she went and used disarm on a necromancer, and it just he said, "Oh yeah, the one goes clatter clatter on the floor," and I was like, "Oh, we're less than 120 foot into the cave, aren't we?" And he went, "Yeah." I went, "Yeet!" and yeeted the guy's wand out of the cave. And I was like, "Go fetch, motherfucker!" And he was just like, "Oh shit, that was his only arcane focus." I was like, "Yep." He could have just ruled, "Oh, he pulls a second wand out or whatever," but he was just like, "No, that was a good tactic. It's got to be rewarded." And he was just like, "Yeah, hang on, I just got to look through this bastard's spells now and find all the stuff he can cast without his arcane focus." So that's like, yeah, you're on cantrips, bitch. It's like all your good stuff is gone. I actually lied about the player, actually, because this weekend coming, I am playing Lancer, and I cannot wait. I'm playing, Ed is the DM, and I'm playing with Rodrigo, Vic, who I've only just met through Lancer, and one of Ed's friends, who I think works at Sophos with him. So yeah, it's
But you get to play.
yeah, I get to play, and I get to play Hollywood, my over-the-top, boundless enthusiasm, kind of body beautiful young rock star, and my mech actually has a glaive, like this gigantic glaive, because it's Gundam's kind of style weapon, so you have like big ass swords. And I've got a glaive that's actually a guitar.
Polymorph exist in 5th edition?
No.
There is beast
This is
shapes.
seeming. Oh, beast shapes, yeah, beast shapes and seeming, yeah.
Beast shapes.
Polymorph. Specifically.
No, there's no mass polymorph at this level. I mean, there's a lot of big things like Cloister and stuff like that they've yet to release. I mean, bear in mind, a lot of those spells originally came in 3.5 when they had levels that went up to 30. And you were basically on first name basis with gods, which, believe me, was a fucking headache to DM.
And what
I never went up to level 30 DMing, and I'm really glad. I did a couple of like battle royales, and it was like once per day. When you die, don't. That kind of ability, you know.
Yeah.
Once
Yeah, I
per
mean,
day.
when I in the campaign my
Actually, you
dad
have to
DM'd in Pathfinder, we were basically demigods by level 13, so
What was it?
that was an interesting one.
Too
I'm
much power.
he had to figure out how do I make Felicia's pet wolf into a demigod without making it ridiculous.
I think I have to go,
Jenny's
guys.
running bingo.
Oh, see
You
you
have
later,
to go
Dan.
see it. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for playing with us,
Thank
Dan.
you.
Yep.
Bye.
Good night, Dan.
We'll see you
Yeah.
later. Thank you.
I was like, oh, it's finally over. I can now just like turn up, like get undressed. I was like, oh wait, camera's still on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's in the
I mean,
based
all
on
of you
something
guys
we
have
all
seen
have
me
seen.
in my underwear, but that's fine. I probably shouldn't flash everybody. 1 second.
Actually, I'm going to switch off my camera because that not wearing a t-shirt thing sounds really good, right?
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah,
It's
fair,
just
fair.
too hot today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Woo!
I think I cast the most spells this time around. Constantly guidance.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of guidance. I also cast some spells.
Hmm.
Oh,
Okay, I actually got managed to use it.
Pretty to the loo. 1 second.
Simon,
Yes.
there was something I wanted to ask you that it wasn't going to be important during that game, but shouting in general.
Mhm.
Say a character was to shout the loudest they could. How far away could something hear it?
It's a difficult thing because instead of distance in this case, there are a few guidelines, but instead of distance in this case, what it tends to be is that it's almost like a either a teamwork skill if somebody knows that you're shouting, so it becomes a skill check,
Right.
or it's or it's kind of two separate roles. Now, the one that I like the most is that if you're shouting to be heard, and you know the other person is perceiving, they are actively trying to look for your. What you do is that you would roll a roll that you think is relevant. So, for example, a bard would roll like performance, a scream, and make themselves known. You could, I would say, you can even use things like Constitution, because if you've got a big body, or even Strength, I would say, just to kind of push your diaphragm to do a huge bellow. And what I would do is I would set the distance in my mind's eye. I would set a DC to that distance.
Right. The reason sorry.
And then the other person would also do a check. And what would happen is, say, for example, the DC was 13. They get 11, but you get 17. I will lend them some of your points so that they succeed too.
Right.
So as long as between the two of you, you can have a pool by which you both get the DC, then you're fine.
The reason why I ask is because of thaumaturgy, where it makes you can boom your voice 3 times louder.
3 times louder in this particular case. He says going 3 times louder because it's open the window. Okay. 3 times louder in this case means I'll just triple your score.
Right. Okay.
Because you're literally 3 times louder. That's the thing. Normally, if you would say within a certain unbrokenness, if you say I use thaumaturgy and I shout across the bay, I'll be like, yeah, sure, because it is literally like it booms, Loudhailer style. This is I would allow that kind of thing, because thaumaturgy doesn't have much love, but having a loud voice and making your eyes go weird is and of course opening and closing fucking windows.
Yeah.
What's the other things you can do? You can do like a roll of distant thunder, vibrations underfoot.
It just says instantaneous sound, so it could be anything really. But yeah, you can do like a loud noise to a quiet noise.
The flavor of it is that thaumaturgy is supposed to be like a portent, so it makes them aware of your presence or your god. It's normally used to make someone ill at ease, or it can be used for persuasion. So, for example, if you're evangelizing as a cleric and you go, "And God will smite you down," and then there's a sudden
you hear the thunder.
You can use it. You can use effects if the DM believes that it's relevant to give you advantage and things. So you can use it to give yourself the help action in some cases. But again, that's the thing. It's a tool for imagination. I've seen some people use thaumaturgy incredibly well, and also really, really badly. As in, to the point where they abandoned it and asked if they could have it traded out, and because the DM didn't want to argue it, they just went, yeah, whatever.
It's because I had a few ideas with it, and I just wanted to clarify the voice thing, because it, like you said, it's not obvious.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to check with you to see, just to clarify. But yeah, that's certainly fine.
Yeah. I don't know where Corinne is at the moment, but I may go on to Don't Starve Together for about 20 minutes or so, but I've got a hard stop at midnight.
Right, okay.
I'm just going to go and speak to her, because she might turn around and just veto it and say, no, you're going to bed.
Sure. Oh.
I was saying that I was about to say I'm happy to do like 20 minutes or so of Don't Starve Together if people want, but I have a hard stop at midnight. At midnight, I'm just going to bed. If you want to carry on after that, that's fine. We'll just kind of put music in and stuff. But
I'm not going to say that you have to go to bed.
Go to bed now.
No.
But you do advise me, and you protect me from myself. Oh god, you're as warm and as sweaty as I am.
Yeah,
Don't touch
I
me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I am delightful.
Don't touch me.
I am
Oh my god.
delightful.
Oh my god, it's like being hugged by a warm giant frog. Oh god. Oh,
That
no.
does sound like
There
a
you
hug.
go.
It feels like she's like one of those toys that you throw against the wall and they kind of stick and kind of roll down the wall.
Oh.
I'm sure that is just how you feel right now too. So
Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to go in if people want to. Or if other people have games already, I'll happily jump into one of those.
give me a moment. I'll start at the one we were playing earlier.
Cool.
Taking
I need
my
the loo
meds.
anyway, so I'm going to go do that.
Sure.
I'm gonna take my meds, and that should give us
Open
enough
those
time
windows.
to play a little before I need to sleep. Fuck!
Hmm? You okay?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't sound it.
I dropped one of the pills.
Oh, everything is so warm. Everything
And
sticks.
finding things on the floor is annoying.
Yep.
Especially small pills of antidepressants.
Uh-huh.
Ironically, no matter how many times I take my meds, I still do that every once in a while.
Drop it on the floor.
Yeah.
Adds flavour, that's all.
Yeah.
Then you're like, okay, please tell me it did not end up underneath the drawers. Please tell me it did not end up beneath the drawers, because that will be hell to get out.
It's the opposite of what the pill's supposed to do.
Mm.
But I'm gonna be right back to you and switch on it.
I'm launching the server, so it's loading now. Woohoo. Oh. Oh dear. I can fight my demons! Die!
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Oh, I need one. At some point, but not now.
Don't touch that flower, by the way, I planted it.
Okay. Oh, where's my eye bone that I now have dropped? Oh, it's over there.
Probably where you stood.
Yeah.
Where am I gonna go tomorrow? I will go.
Oh, you guys fixed this. Nice.
I wanna go. Perhaps a blue portal. Yeah, I think blue portal. We need meat.
I think we need more monster meat because we only have a bunch of ice now. Oh no, it's in the chest. Yeah. Which is super hard to see.
How is that one super hard to see?
Because I keep my thing at the right orientation all the time.
Switch orientation while you're cooking. To be fair, I placed them. This was my forward when I placed those things.
Yeah.
And this was my forward when I placed these ones.
I'm back.
I'll come back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'm slowly regaining sanity, but it's not going well. I did fight one of my demons.
Are we on the one we were just on?
Yeah.
Don't we have a flower thing?
Yeah. I'm standing by it, but it's slow.
Oh,
I mean, it's,
that was pretty good, wasn't it?
yeah, so if you stand right at the back, Felicia, you'll get more.
But I am standing here,
Okay.
right by it. I can't go any closer to it, but it's still just ticking.
Just sit on it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like, I think it's like 60 per minute is what you get for it. So,
Yeah, 1 per second. Slow.
it's
Just
one of the
waiting.
fastest sanity gains in the game.
Yes.
Do you get less if I'm standing next to it?
No.
No.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. On that end, it's decent, I guess.
I'm a bit hangers.
There's a
Have
bunch of
some
food.
meatballs. I want sanity so I can go and kill things. Ooh, do we have a lot of spider glands, by the way? We have some.
So I need to go and murder some more spiders.
Mm-hmm.
I can't
That you
open
do.
anything. I can harvest that. I can't get into the chest for some reason.
That's really weird. Perhaps disconnect and reconnect again.
Oh, now I can. Okay, I think I'd like control held down or something.
Oh,
Yeah, there we go, it's fine now. That was weird.
yeah, your trees are starting to die, so I'm
Yeah.
chopping a few.
I'll help as well.
Yeah, you're faster at this than me.
I'm gonna not pick this stuff up and just chop.
Chop, 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 chop.
I'm holding down spacebar.
Oh, I missed full moon. Sadness.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, did I die?
Yeah, you died, remember?
Oh,
And you
twice.
were like,
Yeah. It's this game. Right, fair enough.
We
Need a
can
new
create a new
axe,
one
I
if
get
you
quick
need
one.
to.
Here.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, secondary fire.
I'm looking for the second.
So, what are we using the monster jerky for, Felicia?
I didn't put that there.
on the racks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that just because we didn't have any other meat at the time.
Okay, yeah,
Ah.
we have some monster jerky to eat if you want to. In the fridge.
It's just meat that will last a bit longer to use for any other thing.
Yeah, can probably use it to cook with, I guess.
Yeah. Low priority though. It'll last a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in the fridge.
Do I have a shovel? I do. Oh, you didn't die. You died twice, but you haven't used the second stone.
Nope.
thing.
He hasn't.
What was it?
So I
Touchdown.
think I'm wondering which of the two he used. Simon, did you use the touchstone that is right beneath you right now?
Simon?
That's not there. Just looking around to see if I can find one.
No, I'm gonna meet you at the other one because it's close by the blue portal. That was why I asked so that I could know which of the two you have used, so I can show you the other one.
All right. Okay. I will meet you at this one then, because I don't know where the other one is.
It's where I am right now. You should be able to see me on the map.
Let's see. Let's go. Yeah. No. Okay. Cool. Right. Coming now.
Ooh, tier 3s. Ooh.
And it's the morning, so I should be able to get there and get back to the thing and either die again or get my stuff back.
Well,
I want my bananas.
I'll come with you, maybe. I have low sanity, so it's gonna be hard.
Now, just look after yourself. I'll just make sure I just don't get shot or done by the darkness.
Yeah, there is that. Do you have anything important on you?
Mostly my bananas.
Here.
Ah, okay.
Banana.
Yeah, my bananas. I want my bananas.
That is fair. Alright, I was gonna head over there.
Yeah, because we're not gonna find any bananas in this world, really.
We can.
We
We
can
can
make
grow
them.
them.
We
Oh,
can grow them. We have
That's why I want
mod
them, is
for
so
it.
I can feed them to a bird and start growing bananas.
We need to catch a bird first. Oops.
Oh, that's right. You can do that.
Uh-huh.
Yee.
Welcome
Oh,
to a new crop, guys.
Didn't even think of that.
So we don't need to crossbreed a pommer. No, not a dragon fruit,
Dragon fruit
and
on the
a carrot.
Yeah, we can just... Okay, we can work on that now, because we've got a lot of it except for the papyrus, and that's all we need. And remember, there's that to the north. Okay, I'll go get that now. We can get a bird right now.
Yeah, I got these.
Nice.
So I've killed some tier 3 nests. There might be some more I need to kill.
Sure. Are they near us, or are they, like, far?
They're where I am, which is fairly near. That's a tier 2. That doesn't need calling yet.
Down there. Oops. Catch the butterfly.
Okay, soothe, Abigail. No, wait, soothe. Soothe. Stop attacking it. Abigail, thank you. We don't want to kill the tier 2 nests.
Now, what I was planning on doing today was get us some meat to make jerky out of.
Yeah, dust makes Abigail stronger. No?
I have your poo. Ha 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 ha.
Fight me, cats! Fight
Okay.
me!
Are you fighting cats?
Yes. We need meat so we can make good jerky.
Yeah, the cats will give you... They're gonna increase your naughtiness level, Felicia.
Fine.
And
Yeah.
I'll plant some trees.
Oh, for the amount we burned.
Oh, I need another battle spear when you can't reach it.
There's one in up there. Besides, if we don't kill enough of these, we won't spawn the big cat guy. Cat boss.
Right.
Oh. Didn't know there was one.
There is one. There's a giant cat you can kill, and he gives you a special type of fur.
Run!
Please don't die again. Yeah, that is one type of information that we are missing that I'd like. And that is to see the naughtiness level.
Where's your thing up there? Right, cool.
Yeah, okay. Over there.
Okay, I got 2 sets of spider eggs that I'm keeping for now, and we can decide where we want to plant them, because we still got plenty of spiders to cull.
Hey!
Hi! How are you doing for sanity? You seem to be not doing great.
Fine.
Oh,
I'm
you're...
losing a bit.
Yeah, because your character seemed to be gripping their head.
Oh.
Oh. Where's the... You're in the way.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Those are wizards. No. Running back in the dark is not fun.
Same.
We need to kill those things at some point. They keep getting us.
Where can I put nightmare fuel?
In the chest with the grass.
Sure. That's the one behind
Abigail, yeah.
Abigail. Okay, cool. Let's see.
Alright, I forgot that does that.
So, very good news. I got the papyrus to make the. I got the reed, sorry, to make the papyrus. And on my way back, I found some merfish people killing spiders and got 4 silk as well.
Nice.
Lovely.
So that's enough to make the bird trap and
Oh,
the,
no, don't give her. Oh, I gave her all of my. Felicia.
Yeah.
Steg, can I please have my?
oddie things. Yep, I got you.
Yeah, I don't want the pet reeds.
I gave you the reeds to craft so you get some sanity back.
Cool, thank you.
I'll make the trap.
Yeah, I'm making some cooked green cap, which gives you sanity back as well. There we go. Lots of sanity then.
Lovely.
What do you want me to make the?
The bird table thing, the bird cage. Some
Right.
structures. I gave you the gold, the reeds to make the papyrus, and there's something else that you need, and I can't remember what that is.
That's okay. 2 papyrus, 2 seeds, and some gold. Yeah, cool.
Oh, the 2 seeds. Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay. So first of all, I
There
need
you
to
go,
make
your
some
bird is ready
papyrus.
already.
I can get some seeds.
I've got a single seed on me. Oh, we've got seeds in the chest down here.
Alright, kind of.
It's the one closest to the trapped bird.
What the? Where's my bananas?
I don't know.
Didn't go stale, did they?
No. Oh, there's some pigskin here, by the way. I don't know if that was yours.
That was me.
Not seeing your bananas.
I may have to go back to the place where I died because bananas are life.
Oh, I don't want to put that chest up.
Well, first of all, before you go anywhere, Simon, we have some stuff to make here.
Do you want a red or a blue bird? I mean, a black or a red bird?
Both.
Fever is. Oh god, I'm hungry. Damn. It's on 11.
First have that. Give.
Where do you want this bird cage?
Just somewhere fancy. Somewhere reachable.
Let's put it at the top here. What else can I do?
You can take a battle spear. I gave you a helmet you should put on.
Thank you.
Ooh, Pip's book.
Alicia, did you get any more of the twig tree things? See?
Yeah, I've been putting the tree thingies in the wood chest. The seed.
Wood chest.
Attack the fucking thing.
Those are not supposed to be in that chest. Anyway, Simon, put on your helmet and off we go. Simon?
What's that?
I said, put on your helmet and off we go. We're gonna go get your bananas.
Oh. Catching up now.
Yeah, you're faster than me, so.
I have an extra gust.
Yeah, there's a pip spook up here too, so. Where is it? Where do I say? There we go. Just picking some vegetables.
I am Viking monkey.
The next up here is tier 2, so... Wait, let me run in there first so that they will target me.
They have a hell of a hit. I was just going to kind of kite around and... Oh, it's to the north. Sorry, to the north.
Oh, it's over here. Okay. Yeah, here I see skeletons, okay.
No, it's not here. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
we lost the bananas. That's fine.
Yeah.
When you have no bananas, there is no bananas to save. Just let it go.
And besides, they only did like 3 damage to me. I have battle helmet.
Oh, he's still there. Hello. I was helping a pip spook, also killing spiders. Ooh.
Acceptable.
Because I'm a team player, would anybody like my poo? Can anybody think of a good use for my poo? Other than flinging it at people? It better be good, because, you know...
I forgot that they warned me earlier about that. Oopsies. What? Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. My headset turned off. I need to put it in the charging cable.
This is about to become rot. This is about to become rot because it spent most of its time on the floor. So I may as well just put it back on the floor so it turns into rot. This is
We
rot.
have some ash. Yeah, we do.
This actually is rot. Very good.
Ooh, hello, Silk.
Somehow I have so much stuff. I've gave you a little advance for your shipbuilding excursion if you decide to do that.
Yeah, where's that advance?
It should be all stocked up near that fire.
Oh, right, okay, so that's for shipbuilding. Oh,
That's all
amazing.
for
Wait a
you.
second, you get out of
All
the chest,
for
please, for a
me.
second.
Yep.
Well, the first thing I'm going to make is fishing rod.
You guys are so
I only have one
hungry.
speed.
Yeah, we want more right now. Is there any level 3s nearby that needs to be dealt with?
I'm gonna go and check.
I have remade the ashes and stuff we had into a lot of health pouches. So in case you guys go low on health, each one of those give you 20.
That's very good.
No! I was gonna catch it!
Oh, sorry.
Sadness.
There are a couple more.
Yeah, there are. Oh no. Come back here. Come back, my butterflies.
What do I have in Chester? I keep forgetting. I got one.
Butterflies.
I got some spider glands and a beefler hat.
I'm gonna catch all the butterflies.
Right, it is forest deforesting time.
tier 2.
I'm probably gonna get an angry tree out of this.
Probably.
Oh, lobsters. I now know how to catch lobsters, so that's a good thing.
That's good.
How do you do it?
It's just fishing like anything else. They're just a little bit harder to catch because you can get gourmet food out of them.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good.
I've found your naughty forest.
The one that's all burned down.
But no, the one that's all stumps.
Oh.
Oh, trust us. Where we are right now on the map used to be a forest. Our camp used to be in the middle of a dense forest.
We made sure it wasn't.
We fixed the issue. Wait,
I mean, it was
back
a,
here,
it was a
like-
fire hazard, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I meant the trees were a fire hazard before you burned them up.
Exactly.
They were a fire hazard, so we burnt them.
Oh, it's a tier
The
3.
only thing you can do with such a fire hazard is get rid of it. Oh, this was once upon a time. Hello, Betty. I shall only kill you.
Oh, no. Oh, Abigail, stop attacking the fucking pig.
Oh, that's a good point. How good is Abigail at killing big trees?
have one?
They hit her for a lot, so she takes a lot of damage.
Okay.
Do we have
don't
one?
have one. We don't.
Oh,
Not yet. Probably soon.
okay.
Not yet.
I shall help you pick things up.
You guys are gonna be killed by Abigail. Just... Yep, there you go. Bye bye, pigs.
I mean, you can deal with pigs. It's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
So we should have enough wood to make a few chests.
A few.
Oh, there we go. Ow.
Yes! I'm coming! 'Tis time!
Just careful, because he hits hard.
And then move. Not that far.
Oh, that grew into a tier 3.
But just then.
Yeah.
Oops. My bad.
Well, I'm killing it. That's the plan.
Oh, he really wants to hurt you.
You destroyed my valve helmet.
Oh,
Oh, well, 4 of them. Ow,
careful.
I have a lot of life.
Careful.
I need a new helmet.
Oh, that one.
Okay, stone and gold.
Stupid monkey. Why'd
Just
you wanna
keep an
do
eye
that?
on him for a little bit longer. I have new helmet.
Got him.
Oh, good.
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 logs.
Nice.
Very good.
I'm not replanting the dens right away. I'm like taking them back and then we can decide where we want to plant all of them.
Sure. It's fine.
Anyways, I think you and I can plant enough trees to get rid of our naughtiness level.
I don't think the naughtiness level goes down when you plant trees. I'm not sure.
It goes down when you plant trees and dig up stumps.
Oh, here's another tree guy, by the way, if you want to fight more of them.
That's weird. We just killed one. I didn't think another would spawn that quickly.
Well, we had one from the beginning, remember? That it
Oh,
spawned.
we did?
Yeah.
Okay. Where do you want the evil logs?
Put them in the log chest for now.
That's gonna get very full very quick.
Okay. Start by remaking everything into planks, and
Right.
create a new chest. That will be the plank chest.
I'm going to put 32 cones here. I don't know where to
Thank
put
you.
them.
Oh, I got dark really quick.
Mhm.
Uh-oh. Is he it?
Coward.
Oh, Abigail's angry. Oh, I'm gonna sue them.
I need to
Oh,
eat
yeah, the
some
nice
cold
box.
juice later. Anyways, let's refine some boards because we
We've
have
got
a lot
the
of box.
we've got the healery do. For the healery things.
Yeah, I
solved.
made some earlier, so
That'll fix this up.
Where do you want pigskin? Where do
I
you
put
want
it in the
pigskin?
spider chest.
Spider chest, right.
So far, I put all of the animal produce in that one.
Yeah, we have 10 pigskin, by the way.
know.
Nice.
Oh,
Your best friends are here, Simon.
my best
Yeah,
friend?
They're eating all your fish.
Yeah.
That's okay. I haven't got proper bait for them anyway at the moment.
We should have seeds somewhere.
I need bone shards and
Yeah,
Oh,
in the
so-
Oh,
robot
I got 2
chest.
ash here, Felicia, if you were making stuff with
and
it.
some
Yeah.
driftwood. The driftwood's going to be the most difficult part, which is why I'm making a ore.
Right.
Right. Be right back.
We got some... Oh, am I disconnected?
Don't think so.
Oh,
Although it is getting close to that time that you mentioned. We might be going for a couple of shovels just digging this all up.
Uh-huh. I have a few shells.
got some bulk help.
That's my shovel. You're so fast!
Yes.
They call me the tree killer. I killed the trees.
Yep.
That he does.
Well, okay, let's pick everything up.
I'm not prioritizing fish at the moment because you guys have got like a whole
Oh,
the
hello.
meat thing going on. What I'm
Yeah,
getting
we've
is
got a
bulk
lot.
help.
Oh, do you need help?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Oh, battle spare.
Oh, bird.
Abigail's tanking.
Ow, that time it was me.
Ah, that was me. But it's
Oh,
fine.
nice.
There you go.
How dare that tree stand up? We'll still drop you down.
We weren't done yet.
Okay, right, time to pick everything up. Might be a couple of inventories worth.
Yeah. I've already started to remake them. I need some.
I'm just holding space.
Same.
Yeah.
Maybe if I can't help out while we're doing this. There we go.
I needed to make a new shovel.
You need a couple. It might be worth making a gold one, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
That moment when you remember that you had everything in your raft to build a sail.
Aww.
Very good.
Although I have learnt how to row in this game now, which is good. The trick is not to row too fast.
Hmm. Okay, so it's slow and steady.
Yeah. 'Cause if you splash, you end up getting wet and you've got
Did I
to lose your
take
sanity.
Did I steal the?
You did. I'm gonna go make a gold shovel.
Do it.
Because we're gonna get through these.
I'm gonna check on the spiders. Oh, yeah, the tree dude is still alive here, where I walked past.
Well, I need to heal myself first, then we can take care of another tree dude.
Tier 2. I'm not gonna bother fighting until it's a tier.
I am back.
Welcome back. We spent
As-
the day killing trees.
Yes, we have killed 2 tree guys, we've decimated the forest we planted, and we're gonna plant a new forest later.
Yep.
It's all gonna be very symmetrical, and me and Jordan's gonna feel very satisfied.
Go, Abigail.
Do we have any bone shards?
No.
We need to go and destroy some skeletons for that.
People die, please.
I know where
mean,
there's some
Simon
skeletons,
has
being that
already
I
done that a
was
few times.
both of them. So,
Remember to take a hammer if you do go.
yeah, I got him. But first, I'm going to create a steering wheel. Because that was stupid of me not making that before.
Oh, done.
And a...
That wasn't so bad.
No, it wasn't. Now it's just fine.
I have another spider nest.
Yeah, let's do some of it now.
I have 20 on me, so I'm gonna make a nice little row.
Okay. I'll wait till you plant yours and then I'll continue from where you left off.
Oh, I have 31 pine cones to give you guys.
Lovely. That's what I like to hear. We have free jerky,
But-
if anyone needs that.
I put it one step too far down. It's not symmetrical now.
There you go.
Ruined.
It is ruined.
Oh, wow, we have got monster meat. Jesus. Okay.
I have been
oh.
doing some.
Oh, I should be taking this helmet off when I'm not using it.
Which one?
The battle helmet.
Oh, the battle helmet only reduces durability when you're hit. So,
Yeah, you can always
Yeah.
wear it.
Alright, so I can wear it without problems, okay.
Yeah, that would be fine.
okay, I'm gonna make some boards, I think.
We have a chest for that.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna make some because I have so many logs.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna, well, first of all, I'm gonna put the kelp fronds. Where do I put these? In the fridge at the moment?
If there's room, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I put them in, so you've got a fair amount of veg there.
At
Every-
least 2 stacks of logs turn into 1 stack of boards, which is nice.
Yeah.
So by turning them into boards, we are taking care of the items, making better storage. Not now, Charlie.
Do we have good meat to put on the drying racks?
Yeah, we have.
Yes.
Should I have here?
Okay. Oh, not that chest.
How'd you do meatballs again?
One meat of any kind and
Yeah.
free veg or filler, so like free ice, free something,
Can't be sticks.
free berries. Yeah, it can't be sticks. And the meat can be any meat, including monster meat.
Yeah.
Speaking of meat,
Well, it's a good thing I got the 9 count thing, because that's 3 meatballs. Right, okay.
Just increasing my sanity a bit. But I'm wearing a top hat, so I should be fine.
lovely. 2 turkey drumsticks.
Nice. Murdered a bird.
Getting good at killing those ones.
Oh, we don't have any space for food anymore.
That's first world problem.
Yeah. I guess
That
that
was-
could take out the monster jerky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to go grab the bones I was going to grab, and then I'm going to call it a night over then.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Put myself on some meatballs because I'm hungry.
I need some flowers. For the cistern. This one.
Right. Hey, all of our berry bushes are working now.
Lovely.
Nice.
Cool.
Oh, what did I close? Oh, it was... Oh, we're still fucking streaming. Oh my god.
We are.